Hello and welcome everybody to another Saturday doubleheader here on the USPBL Network. It's the visiting Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers taking on the home Eastside Diamond Hoppers. That's Nick Matthews. I'm Brendan Shabath. If you're watching on YouTube and Facebook, we thank you for joining us. If you're watching on the My Michigan TV pregame show in the stadium, hope you're enjoying Jimmy John's Field on what's supposed to be a very good Saturday doubleheader. We've got 12 innings of baseball scheduled for you today. Nick, however, 72 degrees, cloudy, scattered showers in the forecast. Hopefully we get the Utica bubble. We avoid them tonight. Not the most ideal weather we've had, but hey, we got a baseball game to play.
We have a great baseball game ahead of us still, even though we have a very lackluster day. And unfortunately it happens here in Michigan, but we have a couple great pitchers on the mound that could hopefully cheer us up and give us some rays of sunshine, even though we're not going to get too many from the sky itself.
Ryan Kotke, co-manager of the Eastside Diamond Hoppers and a local Michigan native, said he's glad some of the out-of-town guys get to experience Michigan weather today. A little bit chillier, even though we're here in the dog days of summer, and we're in the dog days of the season. 10 games left for all of these teams. That includes the doubleheader between these two tonight, the Beavers and the Hoppers. Nick, let's start and look at the season as a whole for the Beavers. Right now, 18-14, 4 games back out of first place of the Unicorns, who lost last night to the Mammoths 3-2. Beavers 4 games back, 10 games left, and in 4 of their last 5 games, they will play those Unicorns. This doubleheader tonight is a big night for the Beavers in starting that battle and that chase to first place as we really get towards the end of the season.
Yeah, it's really going to show a true testament of what this team is made of and show some adversity towards the end of the season if they can push through these last few games of the season and get to the playoffs in that second place, or possibly push for first place, even if they can show some grit, some toughness, and overcome these Unicorns and pick up a couple wins here today against the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
And for the Hoppers, I think you have to look at them as a team like the Mammoths. Both teams do have the same record right now, 13-20, but the Mammoths, a team we largely counted out most of this season, and especially recently the way the standings have shaken out. But the Mammoths, they've won 2 in a row. They beat the Beavers, who were in second place on Thursday. They beat the Unicorns, who were in first place last night. They're having fun. They're hitting the ball. They're looking good. You kind of have to think if the Hoppers pick up 1 or 2 wins tonight, that might set them up well for the last 2 weeks of the season.
It really could, because the Mammoths are threatening to climb out of the cellar, and the Eastside Diamond Hoppers are right there with them. They're also trying to make their name to possibly push for second place and get a few wins here and there, and possibly take 2 today if they could. It would really help out the push for the end of the season.
And it's really starting to feel like playoff baseball. Last night had that feel, a close, low-scoring game. Really good pitchers on both sides of the mound, and the matchups, the managers, the way they're thinking, the chess that they're playing, we're starting to see it become more of a factor now than it ever was all season long, and we're going to see it again tonight. A new theme that we're seeing as the season winds down is relievers turn starters, trying to keep your arms healthy and alive as we get into the playoffs. James Crick, who's been a reliever all season long, doesn't have a professional start under his belt. He's going to start in Game 1 for the Beavers. Harry Orth, who has 1 start and has primarily been a reliever all season long for the Hoppers, he gets the start in Game 1 as well. We saw it with Keon Taylor earlier in the week. Colin Ledbetter of the Mammoths was the shutdown closer. He's now turned out to be their ace and best starter this season. Relievers turn starters is a new theme that we're seeing at the end of this year.
It really is, and it's kind of a unique twist to the game. That's something you don't really get to see in Major League Baseball all too often, is passing the baton of, hey, this reliever is now going to be a starter. Now we're going to string together a few pitchers here and there to try to put in the grunt work and get through these 9 innings. But these relievers or turned starters have been spectacular so far. Colin Ledbetter, Keon Taylor, and now James Crick is going to give his campaign of being a starter for sure. And something to note for James Crick is he's got a 1.06 ERA. That's something to be talked about, and it's nothing to sneeze at for sure. And then he's also got one thing to note too: nobody has been able to hit an extra base hit against him.
Crick with no extra base hits this season. He's been lights out as a reliever. We do want to clarify this doesn't mean he's a starter moving forward. It's a spot start for him tonight, as it was for Taylor. For Ledbetter, we thought it was the same thing, and then he was good enough that they made him a starter, and the Mammoths were in a little bit of a different situation. They needed a starter moving forward. The Beavers don't need a starter. They've got Austin Shea and Trevor Jackson and Zach Devin, who we'll see tonight. Those guys have been pretty good all season long. For the Hoppers, they go with Harry Orth. He's got a really good splitter. We saw that last time he went out. Likely going to see that again tonight. What's he going to have to do to take on a tough Beavers lineup that is dealing with some injuries, but they've still been good?
They've still been very, very good. He's going to have to change up his momentum and the location of his splitters. He's going to have to throw some of these hot hitters in the top of the order off balance and off kilter. It's been one of those days where everything seems to be off kilter, and he's going to have to go with a theme of that today. And he's going to have to weave his way through this jam-packed and powerful Beaver lineup to make it through all 6 innings if he wants to go the distance, if not at least 5 or 4, depending on how many pitchers they're going to use today.
Diva night here at Jimmy John's Field for another Saturday doubleheader. If you're watching in the ballpark, thanks for being here. We hope you enjoy the night on the broadcast on YouTube and Facebook and My Michigan TV. We've got starting pitchers and lineups on the other side of the break.
How do these business owners find the time for peace of mind? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with Tryon, one of the nation's top professional employer organizations, provides access to top-tier health care and employee benefit plans and its team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by the following: Ascension, Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jarbcom, Jimmy John's, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, McQuaid, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, and United Wholesale Mortgage. We thank all our sponsors for everything they do for this league. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for the Beavers. It'll be Marcos Castillo leading it off and playing in right field. Travius Ford gets to start in center and bats second. Dakota McFadden batting third and playing third. Felix Aberrett catches today and bats fourth. Eric Whitfield will be in left, batting fifth. J.D. Stubbs over at first, batting sixth. Cameron Collette bats seventh and plays second. Eric Ramirez gets to start at short and bats eighth. Chris Davis, the designated hitter tonight, batting ninth. For the home Eastside Diamond Hoppers, Alex Pup is at short and bats first. Blake Porter out in center will bat second. Yadi Rivera over at third, bats third. Noah Marcoux will clean things up and bat in left field. Joe Burke, he's over at first base, batting fifth. Nick Kreitzer, the DH today for the Hoppers. Bryant Schellenbarger will bat seventh and play in right. Whit Hughes batting eighth and catching here in game one, and Christian Perez gets to start at second base, batting ninth. Anthem underway. First pitch on the other side of this break. Vanessa Carr with a beautiful rendition of the anthem. She's the lead here on Diva Night tonight for another Saturday night doubleheader here in Game 1 on the mound. It'll be James Crick for the Beavers against Harry Orth for the Hoppers. And let's take a look with that at our Ascension pitcher comparison brought to you every game by Ascension. James Crick with no decisions yet this season. Harry Orth does have 2 wins to his name. Both guys, as you can see, with the good ERAs. Crick yet to give up more than 2 earned runs this season in 17 innings of work. Orth has made a few more appearances. He's up above 30. The strikeout to walk ratio is good for both of these guys. 17-9 for Crick and 23-7 for Harry Orth. Nick, here in the top of the first, Orth will go first. He's got that splitter. That's been a good pitch for him all year long.
It really is, and it's a good contributing factor of why he's getting a lot of these guys out and, frankly, not giving up a whole lot of walks as we see in that ratio, and it's the 3rd best in the league on the walks per 9. So he's going to have a pretty good day against this Beavers lineup. He just has to weave through the first part of this order and get to towards the end and cruise right through these 6 innings.
We'll take this time to take a look at the defense that stands behind Harry Orth for the Hoppers. Out there in left is Noah Marcoux. In center, it's Blake Porter. And over in right is Bryant Schellenbarger. On the corners, Yadi Rivera and Joe Burke at third and first base, respectively. The double play combination up the middle here in Game 1. Alex Pupp at shortstop and Christian Perez at second base behind the dish. Rounding out the battery is Whit Hughes here in the first game. It'll be Castillo, Ford, and McFadden here in the top of the first. Castillo brings his .370 batting average in 22 games to the plate to start things off. Castillo, a favorite among a lot of people in the league just for how good he's been all year. We've had some great center fielders all season long for all 4 of these teams. We see 2 of them tonight in Blake Porter and Marcos Castillo. He does switch over to right field tonight defensively, but he's played every game up until this point in center. Travius Ford will be the center fielder defensively tonight for the Beavers. He's on deck. First pitch at 5:28 is an 88-mile-an-hour fastball fouled back for strike 1, and we are underway on another wonderful Saturday doubleheader.
71 degrees in Utica right now. The auto show was here earlier.
Pounded foul, back-to-back foul balls for Castillo, and he's behind. No balls, 2 strikes. For Harry Orth, it's a 4-seam fastball, splitter, and curveball. Fastball, the dominant pitch. Splitter is next. Curveball he does use around 15% of the time. We'll use it to put away guys occasionally. 3 fastballs in a row to start tonight. 1 and 2. Orth, his last time out was a start against these Beavers just over a week ago. Swing and a miss. Castillo down on strikes. Hughes will throw down to Burke to complete the strikeout. 1 up and 1 down as Castillo is down on swings. First K today for Orth.
It's a good start here for Orth, exactly what he needed. Now he has to face another great hitter. These top 4 hitters for the Beavers are hitting above 300, so he's going to have his work cut out for him today.
Ford checks his swing. They call it for strike 1. Ford this season batting .308 in 30 plate appearances, so he's just now, after he missed a lot of time to injury, getting to that threshold where we start to take a look at the batting average, the slugging, and on-base numbers. 8 hits and 26 at-bats for Ford. The 1-1, swing and a miss. We mentioned that last start for Harry Orth a week ago against these Beavers. 5 innings, 4 hits, just 1 earned run, and struck out 5. It was a good day for him. the first start he had made since mid-July. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the day for Harry Orth, both on swings. The top two guys go down.
Next up, the third baseman, number 10, Dakota McFadden.
So far, so good for Harry Orth.
Now is one of the most dangerous hitters in the league, Dakota McFadden. He's cooled off a little bit in the last few games, but he is a threat at any given moment, and pitchers know that. They're starting to pitch around him a little bit more. He's not seeing as many fastballs, or at least hittable ones.
And they're starting to respect him in the batter's box a little bit more.
Comes in hitting .330 with a .975 OPS. Pounded on the ground. It will just scoot foul before it gets to Rivera. That .975 OPS aided by a huge .585 slugging percentage.
That's just monster numbers right there.
For McFadden. 7 home runs, 18 RBIs. He started this season on the Mammoths, was traded over to the Beavers when they were struggling to find a catcher. The 1-2. Broke his bat out into center field. It's going to die a hero, a base hit for Dakota McFadden, and that's bad news for him. The bat breaks. That's been his go-to bat in the past few games ever since after the Home Run Derby, which he won with 39 home runs, which was a USPBL record for the Derby. That's Savannah Bananas bat that he's used for years. He brought back to the USPBL, and it was a big reason he said he was hitting the ball so well. He loves that bat.
I liked that bat.
So McFadden on with 2 outs. Brings up Aberrett, and he is the catcher that came over to the Beavers like we were talking about with McFadden after Dakota had already gotten here. So the Beavers really struggled to find a starting catcher at the very beginning of the season. They had 3 or 4 guys come and go. Josh Wannenberg was a guy who got here and retired due to injury after 2 games professionally. A couple other guys weren't able to stick around, and McFadden caught a little bit in his younger days, but definitely not a catcher. So he came over from the Mammoths and was a catcher for a few games, and now McFadden's going to go on the pitch. That one's outside, and he's going to be given a stolen base.
It was a good read by McFadden and a delayed steal, picking apart Harry Orth's tempo and swiping a bag.
Pitch was outside for a ball. So 1-2. Aberrett with his .333 batting average trying to score here early in the first. Next pitch, splitter outside. But McFadden caught for a few games for the Beavers, did well, and then they signed Felix Aberrett, who was here last year in the USPBL. He played with the Hoppers, and the Beavers were able to snag him this season, and he's been great for them, both behind the dish defensively and at the plate in the batter's box. 2-2. Outside, now a full count. Aberrett's played in 22 games this year, already 11 RBIs. .417 slugging, .422 on base.
It's good numbers, 4 extra base hits.
Payoff pitch. It's a little fly ball out to center field. Porter's there. So they strand one. Harry Orth gives up a base hit to McFadden, and they share a little laugh about that one as Orth was able to get the broken bat. But McFadden stranded on second as Aberrett flies out to center field. Now it's time for our thrifty florist, sweetheart of the game. Kara's over there on the right side in 101. So So it's Ellie who has our bouquet today.
Ellie actually came from Florida today to watch her grandson, James Crick, start pitching for the Beavers tonight. So how awesome is that? We got a big fan over here. All right, thank you so much.
Wow, Ellie, the grandmother of the starting pitcher for the Beavers, James Crick, as he's getting ready to take the mound.
Coming all the way from Florida. That's not an easy drive.
Now we'll take a look at the video board for our freaky fast facts today. High heels were originally worn by men. You know, I knew that. It was for our shorter kings.
Shorter kings and for butchers, too.
Yeah. The longest wedding veil was the length of 63.5 football fields.
Wow.
Why was it that long? How did they get it?
Yeah, I feel bad for whoever made it.
How'd they get it into the venue? Dolly Parton once entered a Dolly Parton lookalike contest and lost. You know, I've heard about that with other celebrities too.
Yeah, with like Johnny Depp entering a Jack Sparrow lookalike.
Yeah, I think I've heard that with like Kevin Costner and stuff like that. It's just maybe thinking a little bit too hard.
Yep.
We'll take a look at the defense behind James Crick. It's Whitfield in left, Travius Ford in center, as we mentioned, Castillo over in right, McFadden on the hot corner at third with J.D. Stubbs over at first, Eric Ramirez and Cameron Collette, the double play combination up the middle, and Felix Abaret rounding out the battery behind the plate. Crick making his first professional start. His 17 appearances and 17 innings in relief were fantastic so far this year. The 1.06 ERA, like we mentioned, hasn't given up an extra base hit, 9 walks to 17 strikeouts. Averaging a strikeout per inning, which equals 9 per game. That's a good strikeout rate for him. He's been better against lefties than righties, which he's another one of those guys who has the inverse splits that we've talked about. 185 against lefties. We'll start off the bottom of this first with 2 lefties. Pup, the leadoff man, bats on the right side, but Porter and Rivera, the 2 and 3 hitters, are on the left-hand side. First pitch to Pup, in for a strike. Alex Pup batting .250 this season. He's been the leadoff man all year long and the starting shortstop to go along with that for the Hoppers.
The lights are already on here at Jimmy John's Field.
Popped him up. Shallow center. Ramirez will just go back a few steps and wave everyone off. 2 pitches and 1 out for James Crick. Crick has a 4-seam fastball, slider, and changeup. Mainly fastball, slider. Has yet to throw more than an inning in any of his appearances, and that's part of the reasoning for his start tonight. Mitch Aker, pitching coordinator here at the USPBL, and some of our coaches want to market Crick as the great pitcher that he is, see if he can move on to the next level. And they said, hey, we want to show that, you know, he is a reliever, and that's what he's probably going to be at the next level, but he can be a reliever who can go more than an inning, 1 or 2 times through the order, 2 or 3 innings, keep his velocity up, get some strikeouts. Adds to the marketability of Crick.
Absolutely, yeah, it does. And it gives him more batters to face and more opportunities to show what he really does have. And it's all really good stuff, and we're hoping that he can get out of here and get to the next level.
Already 1 out, and he's ahead. No balls and 2 strikes on Porter. Ooh, and he hit him right on the elbow. Porter stands crowding that plate in the left-handed batter's box, and it was a little too close for Crick. One out base runner.
Oh, he's still gimping over towards first and clutching his elbow.
It was a 92-mile-an-hour fastball that caught him. Took it on a probably decent spot for a hitter, right on the elbow. But I noticed Porter doesn't wear an elbow pad. Some of these guys do. It's all personal preference. And Crick's going to step off the mound and give Porter a few more seconds to regroup.
You might think about winning those Evo shields now.
Here's Yadi Rivera. Porter dancing over at first. He's got some speed. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see him run. 9 for 9 this year on stolen bags.
Ties for the team most runs with 19.
Crick will move over. That's a close one. Porter just dances back in. Had that cartoon-like slip, was running in motion for a second, but he does get back safely.
Kind of reminded me of Scooby-Doo.
Rivera pops that one foul and out of play. Yadi batting .228. 22-year-old young kid from Puerto Rico. Played his college days here in the States at Northwestern Ohio with his starting second baseman today, Christian Perez. He was a standout hitter and infielder at Uno. Fouls another one back. He was the only UNOH player ever to win back-to-back Gold Gloves and was the third player to win the award more than once in school history. He's been steady defensively all season long. Hasn't had to make too many dazzling plays, but we have seen very few errors from Rivera defensively over in the hot corner. Another pickoff move for Crick. His bat started really hot when he first got here. We mentioned that .228 average to go along with that. 2 home runs and 13 RBIs for Yadi in 24 games. Had a career almost 400 batting average in college. The 1-2 in the dirt. Scoots away from Averett, but Porter will hold.
It's a smart decision over there by Porter. Aberett's been pretty consistent on his throws down to second lately.
Rivera, one of those guys with just a silky smooth swing. Him and Marcoux, 2 guys that got here around the same time in this Hoppers lineup. And there it is, out into right field. That's going to drop in front of Castillo. A base hit, puts 2 on and only 1 out for Noah Marcoux and the Hoppers.
Well, there's that silky smooth swing over to right field and got right on top of it. Drops right in front of Castillo.
Leads to a lot of hard hit balls for Yadi and Marcoux. Average exit velocity for both of them in the upper echelon of all hitters in the league. It's almost, I want to say, scientific swing. These 2 guys aren't huge guys, and they don't swing the bat necessarily very fast or hard, but it's on time, and it's a just scientifically sound and fluid swing that leads to some rocket hard contact. One ball, no strikes on Marcoux. Thought about offering. It was a strike anyways. 91 from Crick on the fastball. Marcoux had a slower start to his professional career. Only 19 games played this season, but He's been in the lineup every day in the past few games for the Hoppers. His bat has really come alive.
Just like
And
that.
there's a hard hit ball out into right. Porter's going to be waved around. He's got speed. Castillo's going to fire it in. It's a little up the line. It's close, and he's safe.
You know, that was a heck of a throw by Castillo. No hop, strike to Felix Abaret behind the dish, and just missed him on the tag, or else he would have been out.
RBI single for Marcoux. Porter scores, and the Hoppers lead it early 1-0. Talked about the hard hit balls for both Marcoux and Yadi. That last one for Marcoux off the bat at 104 miles an hour.
I believe it. It was smoked.
Two hard hit balls already for Crick, and he's found himself in a jam early. Corners occupied, only one down, and Joe Burke steps in. We talked about Crick being better against lefties than righties, but the three in a row from Porter, Rivera, and Marcoux all get on base. Porter's already come around to score. Both Rivera and Marcoux get base hits and are still on. The 1-0 to Burke. Under the zone. This would be a good spot for Burke to get a much-needed RBI. Is still, despite his low batting average that has gone down with the slump that he's found himself in lately, one of the best hitters, I'd argue to say league-wide, let alone in this Hoppers lineup. And Crick perhaps pitching around him a little bit with runners on, 3-0. For Burke, it was some issues of seeing the off-speed change-ups and breaking balls that kind of aided the slump that he's been in. And Crick walks him.
4 consecutive batters reach base safely.
Now the pond's full of hoppers for Nick Kreitzer. Hits the ball harder than anybody in the league. Not only does Nick hit it harder than anybody, he hits it harder more often than anybody. Leads the league in hard hit percent. Over half of his swings, or I should say swings that make contact, result in a ball that exits his bat at over 85 miles an hour.
Wow. It's all that Colorado country power that's behind that bat.
He's been working on some, Crick stumbles off the mound. That's going to be a balk. That's going to score a run. Looks like his foot got stuck near the rubber, so Rivera scores. That's Marcoux over to third and Burke over to second. 2-0 Hoppers. Not how you drew it up if you're the Beavers. Probably not how you drew it up if you're the Hoppers either, but hey, they'll take the run.
They'll take the run, not how even Crick drew it up either.
Kreitzer looks at a ball outside. So Kreitzer is actually awarded an RBI on that.
It's crazy it sounds.
So he's already got one RBI this at bat. A chance for one, maybe two more with a base hit. 2 runners in scoring position. The 0-1 outside.
A swing of the bat to the right center or left center gap would clear the bases.
I was talking to Nick today, and he told me some of the mechanical changes that he was working on that backside. Pitch inside, 2-1. Trying not to lean the hips forward. A lot of hitters tend to move towards the baseball as it comes in, which can speed up how fast the pitch looks, but trying to turn the hips more rather than lean. And hard to believe a guy with as much power as him is still looking to get more.
Right, he's got a lot of potential that's hasn't even been seen yet.
Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Full count again. Already seen 1 3-ball count. That was to the last batter, Burke. Crick walked him on 4 pitches. And that's outside. A walk again. Now loads the bases. After they were unloaded after the Crick walk, brought Rivera home. So back-to-back walks. Still only 1 down. So an early mound visit for the Beavers, and not where you want to be here in the bottom of the first. Do see a few smiles. Keeping it lighthearted at least. A lot of baseball left.
Still a lot of baseball left. Yeah, we're still in the first inning of the first game in this doubleheader. Still have a chance to get out of here with a double play and only have 2 come across.
First offering to Schellenbarger is a fastball under the zone. Velocity has been good. It's the command that Crick has struggled with here in the first. (1-0), popped foul and out of play.
It seems like he hasn't really found his groove just yet. Hasn't settled into the now starting pitching role that he has today.
Schellenbarger, he's hitting .238 this year, 13 RBIs. Popped out to center. This might score the run. It's going to be in left field that Whitfield grabs it. Marcoux thought about tagging. Whitfield's throw was good enough to hold the runners where they stand.
Looks like Schellenbarger's hit wasn't also deep enough or to the right side to score Marcoux.
So after what seems like a while, 2 outs now for the Hoppers. They've already sent 7 batters to the plate. Hughes will be the 8th. Christian Perez in the 9-hole waits on deck.
It's a good start here for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, exactly what they needed.
On the ground on the first pitch, Collette fields the high hop nicely. Took a wicked one. And the Beavers get out of it. Only 2 runs coming across. All things considered pretty good, given that the Hoppers had the bases loaded twice. After 1, it's 2-0 Hoppers here in Game 1 of our straight doubleheader.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's, $5 off.
Back at the ballpark here for the second inning. Only 6 today here in Game 1. It'll be 6 innings in Game 2 as well, barring any extra innings, which have been no stranger to the doubleheaders this season. We've had a few of these doubleheaders end in extras and also in excitement along with those extras.
Yeah, a couple throws down to the plate, coming down to the wire.
Both of these teams have separately picked up extra inning wins that have been exciting. The Hoppers had the first exciting one of the, I guess the Unicorns walked off the first extra inning game this season on a sacrifice fly, but sac flies are not as fun as Blake Porter catching a fly out with 1 out in center for the second and then throwing out a runner at home for the 3rd out to end the game.
Yeah, that was an insane play by Blake Porter against the Mammoths.
The Beavers, with the bases loaded against the Mammoths earlier in the year in what was Game 1 of a doubleheader that night, with only 1 down, recorded a 4-2-3-2 game-ending double play. The Mammoths have just not had the luck in the extra innings this year. 0-7 when their games have gone to extras.
They have a walk-off walk to their name, but not in sudden death.
It'll be Whitfield, Stubbs, and Collette here for the Beavers. Down by 2 early. Swing and a miss for Whitfield. Eric batting .253 and quickly down on strikes. 3 pitches, and that's the 3rd strikeout for Harry Orth in 5 batters.
He's looked really good so far in this game. He's commanding the zone very well and throwing on these Beavers off balance.
Hughes said they were going to use that splitter today. He said he really likes Orth's splitter in particular. It's a nice pitch to have, designed to be off speed, look like a fastball until it tapers off, and when it's thrown right, has some fall off the table movement at the end, right as it gets to home plate, which makes it such an effective strikeout pitch. Some guys have a splitter that can run to the arm side a little bit, that acts more like a changeup rather than a true splitter. But for Orth, what Hughes says, it's a true splitter. It's a nasty pitch to hit, and I love calling for it, and we're going to see it a lot today.
Yeah, it definitely plays a trick on the batter, thinking it's a fastball right down the middle, and then it just drops.
1-1. There it is. Just misses outside. Popped back foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes on J.D. Stubbs.
We got little to no wind out there in the outfield.
Stubbs, the left-handed bat on International Left-Handers Day. Shout out to all the lefties. Stubbs not a true lefty, though. He bats left, throws right.
Yeah, we got 5 lefties in the first game for the Hoppers.
And look at that. Harry Orth, back-to-back strikeouts for the 2nd inning in a row. He is dicing up this Beavers lineup right now.
Exactly what he needs to do. It's a tough order to get through, and he's doing it very cleanly. I think we got 1 crew member who's a lefty, Enver.
Our cameraman up here in the booth today. First offering for a strike to Collette. Collette's bounced around a lot in the infield defensively in the past month and a half or so for the Beavers. He was a day-in, day-out shortstop when the season began. Then when Wellington Guzman came over from college, Collette was shifted over to third. And now with some of the injuries the Beavers have dealt with, gets the start today at second.
I don't think he's ever going to go over to first, though.
Popped back foul. Yeah, likely not. They've got some other power bats, some taller guys that'll play first defensively. Stubbs has it here in game one. We've seen Ryan Sullivan play over there, Dakota McFadden. No balls and 2 strikes. Collette batting .277 this season. Looks at a ball outside. That's the splitter, and he won't chase. Collette's been a quietly impressive bat all season. None of the numbers are going to jump out at you, but gets on base a third of the time, just over 300. Pounded foul. Aggressive at the plate. Collette will swing the bat no matter what. We see it here already. 2 foul balls, just trying to stay alive. The 1-2 got him on the high and inside fastball. Harry Orth strikes out the side here in the second. He's been dominant. 5 strikeouts already for him. We've only played 2 innings. We'll head to the bottom of the second with the Hoppers batting already up 2-0.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
James Crick going out for inning number 2. We expect him to go around 45 to 50 pitches, 25 for him in that first inning. Obviously an elevated number, but this was not intended for Crick to go out there and throw 5 or a 6 complete game here in game 1 of the doubleheader. Like we talked about, this is a marketing campaign for him, and see if we can stretch him out a little bit, keep that velocity up. Face the order a time or 2 through. Galindo is warming up in the bullpen for the Beavers.
It's a 9 and then top of the order for the Hoppers in the inning.
Perez takes a fastball high for ball 1. Good to see him in the lineup. He played last Sunday and went out with a shoulder injury. We did learn that he dislocated his shoulder on a sliding ground ball up the middle.
It was a painful sight.
That was against these Beavers. He immediately came out of the game. He's not quite 100% yet, but he's good enough to play, said Ryan Kotke. It's an injury that he's dealt with in the past, even all the way back to college. 2-0 inside, 3 balls, no strikes. Even had surgery on it to kind of repair the tissue there and strengthen it up a little bit, but apparently still something he deals with today. He dislocated it in that game. Eventually they popped it back in, and it's some soreness and some swelling to deal with from there.
Dislocation is a little bit better than broken in terms of recovery time.
3-1 fouled back. Crick fights back in the count. Now it's full. He would love to get a 1-2-3 inning here. Perhaps get some of that mojo that Harry Orth has right now. Fought off foul. Second inning on the US PBL Network brought to you by Budweiser. We thank Budweiser for their proud sponsorship of the US PBL. Good game one crowd here on a chillier Saturday. Almost feels like a football Saturday. Those are right around the corner.
Yeah.
And Crick misses low for a leadoff walk to Perez.
You guys got a decent schedule this year for Michigan State.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they do. Obviously, last year, the second year under Mel Tucker was a raving success, 11-2, beat the in-state rival Wolverines. But it's hard to follow up a season like that, and obviously losing their starting running back Kenneth Walker to the NFL draft is not going to be an easy replacement, but there's a lot of high expectations and high energy around the program right now.
I'm hearing a lot of buzz and a lot of good stuff about this new defense.
Pup out into right field. That's going to drop along the line for a base hit, maybe more. Perez is going to stretch to third. Pup's going for two. Castillo digs it out of the corner and fires a rocket, but it's late. And a one-pitch double for Alex Pup puts two in scoring position with nobody out. That brings Blake Porter to the plate.
Absolutely a well-located ball down the right field line, and Alex Pup gets the first extra base hit against James Crick all season.
Pretty impressive feat for Crick to go this many appearances. It has, like we talked about, only been one inning each appearance. This is the first time ever he's gone more than an inning. But to still go 17 innings without giving up any home runs or doubles is pretty impressive. Porter, first pitch. That's a single, and that's going to score two. Porter's trying to stretch that to second. Castillo's throw again just a little bit behind. A two-run double for Blake Porter, and the Hoppers have opened this one early 4-0.
Back-to-back extra base hits. So the top two team players here for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers in runs have either scored or are on base right now.
Pitch in the dirt. Porter scored after reaching on a hit by pitch in the first. He stands over there at second. Yachty also scored in the first inning. Reached on a single to right field. Crick has been better against the lefties, but Porter, Rivera, and Marcoux, they've gotten the better of him here through the first two innings. Marcoux waits on deck right now behind Rivera with nobody out. Under the zone, Crick's just having trouble finding the strike zone through the first few batters in today's game. Yachty, hard hit, but hooking foul. Nearly home run distance down the right field line.
He straightens it out. That could definitely be a double at least.
It feels like this is the hardest hit Crick has been this year, and that's probably just due to the volume of hard hits we've already seen. Yachty had one last inning. Porter's double obviously was. Marcoux, his single was hard hit. As Yachty goes fishing. But he's done that in innings past. in his relief appearances. The exit velocity given up is above average.
And it also is going to be above average since he does throw pretty hard. What comes in goes out.
In some cases, it's just get the barrel to the ball, and the pitch velocity will do the rest. 2-2, that's back up the box, hooking towards Ramirez. He'll make the play and throw to first. Beavers finally get an out, but Porter moves 90 feet closer to making it a 5-0 ball game.
Ramirez kind of made that play look a little easy. That ball was kind of tailing towards third base, and he had to come across his body and fire to first. Not an easy play.
JJ gets a cheer collecting the bat. Infield in with the runner on third. First pitch to Marcoux. He goes swinging and misses. Already an RBI today for Noah. He was our player of the game against these Beavers on Sunday. The ball and a strike. Fouled back. In that game on Sunday, Marcoux went 2 for 3, scored a run, had an RBI. All of that plus a walk. It was a good day at the plate for him. Off to a similar start today. Fights off the 1-2 again. That will get out of range for the left side infielders McFadden and Ramirez. One, two, and 3 foul balls in a row for Marcoux, trying to stay alive and bring that runner home for his second RBI today.
In order for him to get that run home, he's got to choke up, put it in play towards the right side of the infield, or even loop one over their heads.
Another one popped up and foul. That one got in the air quickly. Reminded me of one of those ones we saw last night. I believe it was Kevin Lambert of the Unicorns who skied one to left, and boy, off the bat did it look like a no-doubt home run, and it was a measly flyout short of the warning track in left field. Ball just hasn't been flying in the last few days.
Same thing with Drew Galassi's shot over to left field. That just kept going and going, and then finally it stopped.
1-2, hard hit, and Marcoux is going to get another RBI. That one gets all the way into the corner, stretching it for a double. The Hoppers just keep hitting. They score another.
Boy, the doubles are being poured on Crick right now. That's 3 of them this inning.
So that's already the 5th hit that Crick has given up. And Von Joshua is going to come out. His day is done early. He goes an inning and a third. 5 runs coming across on his watch already. We'll step aside for a pitching change here early on the USBBL Network.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Jesse Galindo is the first out of the bullpen for the Beavers. James Crick, an inning and a third, 5 hits, 5 runs and counting. If Marcoux comes around to score, it'll be 6. 3 walks and no strikeouts for Crick. Just a tough day for him in an unusual situation that he hasn't found himself in before starting today's game.
It really was. It was just a test guinea pig for him, and he acted the way he did. I mean, it's tough when you're thrown into a situation that you're not familiar with, and you can only do the best that you can do, and he just didn't get comfortable and get into a rhythm like he normally does.
So Galindo steps on the mound with a runner on, 1 down, and Joe Burke at the plate. He's been surprisingly effective this year. He had a slower start, but in 17 appearances, 25 2/3 innings, he's only given up 8 earned runs. Has that little funky sidearm delivery. Squirts off the glove of Aberrett, and Marcoux's going to third.
Jesse Galindo, not one of the guys that walks a lot of people. He's only given up 5 walks on 18 strikeouts. Opponent's only hitting 175 against him.
That opponent batting average is second best of all pitchers in the league, and even when Jesse does give up contact, it's been soft for the most part all season long. The 0-1 just misses 1-1. Galindo's been economical with the pitch count this season as well. Less than 4 pitches for every at-bat. Burke tips it into the glove, strike 2. For Galindo, it's a 4-seam fastball, changeup, slider, and curveball. Mixes the changeup and fastball the most. 1-2, got him waving at it, low and away with the changeup. Burke down on strikes.
Yeah, that was an awkward swing by Joe Burke, and just shows you how good that pitch was by Jesse Galindo.
And that's the pitch that Burke has had the most struggles with. He'll be the first to tell you that. Just has trouble locating the depth and the spin on some of those changeups. Kreitzer walked his first time up. Looking to get a base hit here with 2 down. Hoppers need every run they can get against a potent Beavers lineup. Pounded on the ground. Stubbs will back up a few steps and flip to Galindo on the underhand, covering the bag. So 3 more scratch home plate for the Hoppers. They lead it 5-0 through 2 here in game 1.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Well, it feels like it's been a while since we've seen that man on the mound, Harry Orth. The Hoppers send 8 to the plate, in the first inning, and then 7 in the second inning. Orth takes over here in the third. 5 strikeouts already. He's only faced 7 batters total through the first 2. All strikeouts coming on swings. That splitter is working early for Harry right now.
We mentioned how this Beavers offense has been very potent recently, but Harry Orth has been doing a very good job at keeping them at bay and keeping base runners off the base path, and see if he can do it here in the third.
Ramirez, the only other lefty in the lineup in Game 1, along with Stubbs and Chris Davis, who waits on deck. Ball and a strike. One ball, 2 strikes the count now on Ramirez. Orth has been pretty even, split amongst lefties and righties. A little bit better against lefties. Popped him up, shallow left. This one's a little trouble as they both converge, and Pup will grab it in front of Marcoux.
Exchange a glove 5 there. Pup probably knows that it's Marcoux's ball out there, but he read it pretty well and called for it.
Well, the one thing we're seeing from Harry Orth early that we've seen all season long is a low pitch count, 34 right now. He's kept the at-bats low. He's been second best in the league among all pitchers as far as pitches per at-bat. Swing and a miss for Davis, quickly behind 0-2. Orth just throws a lot of strikes, 66% of the time. Does lead to some contact, but the movement on his pitches has led to it being soft. 0-2 misses low with the splitter.
And that's just the combination for a fast working pitcher and getting through orders. And getting your team back up to the plate in a reasonable amount of pitches and time.
High and outside to the designated hitter, Davis. Davis batting 180 before today. Missed some time with a back injury. Has only played in 17 games. Joined the Beavers after the college showcase, right near the midway point of the season, a little bit before. The Beavers pretty much have everybody in their lineup that wasn't here during spring training, and Davis is caught looking. He thought he had ball 4. But he's pulled back by the home plate umpire for the 6th strikeout today. That's the first one Orth has looking. But through the first 9 batters, only 3 have not gone down on strikes.
And Castillo is one of the fallen victims to strikeouts of Orth.
There's another first pitch strike for Harry. He dots the fastball. Man, you can just see he's comfortable right now. He's got some of his best stuff that we've seen all year.
He's working very efficiently against this Beaver lineup.
Got him, strike 3. Castillo knew it. back-to-back strikeouts looking for Harry Orth. He's got 7 through 3 innings, absolutely dealing on the mound right now, and his team's up big. As JJ makes his daily water delivery, it's time for our DTE Kid Race the Mascot with Kara Wolfbauer. That'll be Colton against Ribby. And Ribby, who's winless on the season, he's going to need a little bit of a head start today, and that's what they're going to give him. Now Ribby's off. There goes Colton.
Ribby had a good lead.
He's got some.
Yeah.
Ribby's got some pace.
Yeah.
Sticking with Colton, but no match now. Colton's turned him on. Hopper on Hopper crime. Colton with the orange Hopper's hat crosses home plate ahead of Ribby, and yet again wins our DTE Kid Race the Mascot. So Galindo takes over in the third. Came on in relief in the second. Was able to get a strikeout to Burke and a ground out to Kreitzer, doing his job. And the Beavers are going to need all the help they can get from the bullpen here in game one, down by 5. Two in the first for the Hoppers, 3 in the second. We'll see what awaits here in the third. Schellenbarger, Hughes, and Perez, the bottom of the order, due up. Schellenbarger checked his swing. They say he went.
He flew out in his last at bat. Hughes on deck with a ground out.
Pounded foul. Galindo has been equally good against hitters on both sides. 147 against lefties, 143 against righties. Inside to the lefty Schellenbarger. His sidearm delivery is not quite as large as that of Keon Taylor's, who's been the famous sidearmer all year long. They say Schellenbarger went around for strike 3. He's not happy with that call. And I got to imagine that's a tough call to make over at first base.
Especially with a lefty batter trying to make that call.
So Galindo gets his second strikeout. That brings up Hughes. Galindo's last time out was in the non-public on Tuesday. Pitched 2 scoreless innings in that one. Not going to do that here. Quickly ahead on Hughes. No balls and 2 strikes. Galindo originally came to the USPBL using 2 different arm slots. Look at that. Back-to-back strikeouts.
Galindo's dealing.
He just looks comfortable out there. He came with the sidearm that you see today, and then occasionally would go over the top. That was usually with the curve, and the slide arm, changeup, and fastball would all be sidearm. We rarely see the over the top anymore. He's just been so effective with the sidearm, and I think that's part of the reason you see the splits in his numbers very different in the second half of the season as compared to the first. He's been much better after the All-Star game.
It's also difficult for batters when they see so many pitchers using the overhand or 3/4 arm slots.
Back up the box off the mound to Collette. A late play, the throw, not in time. Perez beat it out. Stubbs with a little bit of a stretch. He wanted that call, but Perez beats out a tough ground ball to keep the inning alive, see if the Hoppers can rally with 2 outs.
Back to the arm slots, 3/4 or overhand pitching is usually prevalent in anywhere you go, and sidearm pitching throws off your timing and throws off your eye level and judgment.
In for a strike. That's why we see Galindo, because of that sidearm, in the top 5 amongst pitchers in called strikes this year. Swing and a miss.
Hoppers are hitting .209 with 2 outs.
Pup's 1 for 2 today. Singleton scored his last time up. He's batted in 3 consecutive innings. One, two, slider away. Galindo a little bit more deliberate on this 2-2. And on the hands, Pup puts it the opposite way, and Castillo able to range under it for the 3rd out. For the first time today, the Hoppers don't get a run in an inning. They still lead it, though, 5-0. These Beavers looking for some offense coming up in the 4th.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
No surprise, that man's still on the mound. Harry Orth in the top of the 4th. Struck out the side in the 2nd and struck out 2 out of 3 in the 3rd. First pitch to Ford, fouled off his foot.
So 2, 3, 4 hitters here in the top of the 4th.
Harry Orth has faced 10 batters today and struck out 7 of them. He's got a big lead to go with it. Right in there for a strike. It's a nasty splitter to throw in the middle of the zone, and Ford looked like he had trouble picking it up. Lot of spin on that last one. Well above the league average. Swing and a miss.
Beaver batters are getting frustrated.
Orth's last start was perhaps his best. Like we talked about, 5 innings, 4 hits, only 1 earned run. But his stuff, and this is credit to him, not a fault of his, didn't look anything like it does today. I mean, he just looks comfortable. His stuff looks impossible to hit, and he's been lights out. The only guy that's gotten a hit, this one at the plate, Dakota McFadden, singled back in the first.
We had to get a new bat after his banana bat broke.
Fastball dotted low and in. McFadden watches it go by for strike 1. 4th inning on the U.S. PBL Network, brought to you by Scott's. Let's get to the yard. And there's another one in for a strike, a splitter, and McFadden almost looked dumbfounded at that pitch. Inside, and he ducks out of the way. Two lined out to right, coming in, sliding, making a grab is Schellenbarger. Nice play there.
So when they actually do make contact and something that looks like it's going to drop, a great play out there in right field. That's Schellenbarger.
Schellenbarger picks up his starting pitcher, Harry Orth. Now quickly 2 up and 2 down in the 4th.
It was a good poke by McFadden, but an even better slide by Schellenbarger.
Big wave and a miss at the splitter from Aberrett. Carson Ferry, who's on the IR, and Andrew Verbrugge, who's scheduled to start later in the week, are the only guys not expected to throw today for the Hoppers. Everyone else is hot out of the bullpen, but at the way Harry Orth is going right now, would not be surprised to see him go 6 complete here in Game 1.
Yeah, he's been really dodging these hot Beaver bats with ease.
Fouled back 87 with the fastball. That's perhaps one of the more surprising things for Orth. It goes to show you just how good that splitter he has is. Low velocity with the fastball. Averages around 90. It's been anywhere from 87 to 89 tonight. And even still, he's just kept hitters off balance so much they don't know what's coming. In the dirt with that fastball, 89. We just haven't seen that many low-velocity pitchers be this good in any outings, let alone 2 consecutive. On the ground. And a weird sound of that bat. Pup fires on the run. And again, a 1-2-3 inning. That's 9 batters in a row sent down by Harry Orth, 5-0 Hoppers.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. But yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Jesse Galindo's been good in relief for the Beavers. Held the Hoppers to their only scoreless inning in the third. He's only given up one hit in the 6 batters he's faced. And that's a much different pace than where the Hoppers were going at the start of this game. They got 5 hits off of James Crick and 5 runs. Porter, Rivera, Marcoux due up here in the bottom of the 4th. Porter out in front of that one. Soft contact to the second baseman, Collette. 1 out. That's what Galindo's specialty is, the soft contact.
Then keeping runners off the base path, and he's been doing very well at that so far after taking over for Crick.
Rivera, who's 1 for 2, singled and scored in the first. Grounded out to the shortstop, Ramirez, in the second inning. Faces 1 ball and no strikes. Cut on and missed. The off speed for Galindo is a big change. 74 is where most of his off-speed pitches sit. The changeup, slider, and curve all around the same velocity. The fastball averages around 85. And that one is swung on and missed with the 85-mile-an-hour fastball. We saw the best fastball this season last night from Kyle Bischoff. Had a 95.4-mile-an-hour one, which was one of the better ones we've seen, and then 96.2, according to our flight scope radar. That's the best of any pitcher we've seen all year. Bischoff came on and got his 4th save in the Mammoths' 3-2 win over the Unicorns. Rivera got him.
Caught looking on a backdoor off-speed pitch.
So after the Hoppers had not struck out at all against James Crick, 4 that Galindo have faced have gone down on Ks. Here's Marcoux. He's 2 for 2. Both of them hard hit ropes out into right field, and both with an RBI attached. Quickly making his candidacy for player of the game. It's going to be hard to beat Harry Orth out, though, if the Hoppers keep the Beavers scoreless and win this game.
Absolutely. With the performance that Orth has had, it's hard to compete with 8 Ks already in 4 innings pitched.
Strike 2, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Orth already has a career high in strikeouts. He got that a while ago. Best he'd ever done up until this point was 5. He's at 8 and counting. Don't see any reason why he wouldn't come out for the 5th inning. 3-2. Line on the ground. That's under the glove of Stubbs. Collette racing over there, and nobody's covering the bag. Noah Marcoux off the bat at 90 miles an hour. 3 hard hit balls in a row. And he's on base for the 3rd time today.
That one's going to be ruled as an E3.
Sometimes you'll see the scorers take into account how hard the ball is hit and whether that's a factor. I think it had to be a little bit harder for that one to be ruled a hit for Marcoux. Came off the bat at 90. That's still a hard hit ball by USPBL standards. For the major leagues, it's 95.
Yeah, Stubbs handled that one and just got away from him.
Burke's 0 for 1 plus a walk. Would like to get going here. Popped back foul. This is Galindo's 3rd inning of work. Came on in relief with 1 out back in the 2nd. He's got 4 strikeouts. That's a career high for him. He had never gotten more than 2 before today. Popped him up. Stubbs ranging into foul territory, back towards the netting, and a few steps away. He makes the grab. Cool, calm, and collected. Beavers get out of it with no damage. They need some offense.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Back here for the top of the 5th. It's 5-0 Hoppers here at Jimmy John's Field in Game 1 of our straight Saturday doubleheader. 5:30 start here in Game 1. It'll be a scheduled 7:05 start in Game 2. Really just all depends on when this game ends, and then it's around 20 to 30 minutes after that. They like to keep it relatively quick with it just being the same 2 teams, and for the most part, the lineups are pretty similar from both games. The pitchers are all warm and ready. They've been here most of the day, getting early work done earlier in the day on these long doubleheader days.
Yeah, The only things that are really changing are just the field conditions, that the grounds crew will come up and clean it up a little bit, make it a little nice and tidy for the second game, and then just some position players moving around in the field for the second game.
So 1 hit and 1 left on base total through 4 innings for the Beavers. For the Hoppers, 6 hits and 6 stranded, but they lead at 5-0. We'll have to wait a few seconds for those fans behind Harry Orth down the right field line to get out of harm's way. Whitfield is 0 for 1. And, Nick, I'll give you one guess as to the result of that at-bat.
Strikeout?
Yeah, Harry Orth's got 8 right now through 4 innings. That's a career high for him. League high this season is 10. Derek Eddington, another Hopper who we're going to see in Game 2 tonight, had 10 this year, as well as Trevor Jackson, starter for the Beavers, who we won't see today, at least not starting. He could come out of the pen.
The last time these two teams played in doubleheader, the Beavers swept the Hoppers, and the Hoppers off to a great start here in Game 1 and have Derek Eddington, like you said, in Game 2. They have a good chance at possibly sweeping the Beavers here today.
We haven't seen this much. Orth behind in the count. 2 balls and no strikes on Whitfield. He struck out Whitfield on 3 pitches back in the second inning. And that's a base hit up the middle. Splitter just kind of hung up a little bit in the middle of the zone. Whitfield was ready for it, and that's just the second hit today for the Beavers.
That breaks up the 10 consecutive outs that Orth had.
See if they can spark a rally here, down by 5 in the 5th. Orth right now at 58 pitches. He's kept it economical all day. Stubbs 0 for 1. Stubbs, Whitfield, and Collette were the 3 that all went down on strikes in 1 inning back in the second. Whitfield has already changed his fortune. JD trying to do the same. 1-0 in the dirt. Whitfield's going to move over to second base and stop there.
Now Whit Hughes is going to have a little chat with Orth.
Perhaps try to calm him down, get him back where he was through the first 4 innings. Only strike Orth has thrown here in the 5th was taken back up the middle by Whitfield. And that one's a fly ball to center field. Porter racing, and he'll make the grab in the gap for the first out.
One looked like it was just off the end of the bat from J.D. Stubbs. Easy call from Porter to call off Marcoux out there in left field and get the out.
Collette had a good fight in his first at-bat, did end up going down on strikes, but fouled off 3 pitches in a row against Orth. Takes a big cut at a high and inside fastball, 0-1.
He wanted to tomahawk that one to left center.
For Cam, he's got 8 RBIs this season. With runners in scoring position, he's hitting .235. He'd like to get the first one across as Whitfield waits at second. Broke his bat to short. Pup fires quickly over to Burke, and he'll work Whitfield back to the bag. After the leadoff single, 2 up and 2 down.
There's 2 broken Beaver bats today.
And I think Orth broke, obviously, the most famous and probably most wanted bat of all pitchers right now. It's kind of a coincidence on last Sunday's game between Beavers and the Hoppers. As I was leaving the ballpark, ran into Derek Eddington, Dakota McFadden, Harry Orth, Nick Kreitzer, and they all, out of their uniforms and in plain clothes, ready to leave, just talking, had all their stuff nearby, and McFadden had that bat, and Orth actually was joking around. McFadden was in a conversation with Eddington, and Harry and I were just talking, and he was joking around, pointed to the bat and said, yeah, that's the one, almost as if to say, that's the darn bat that's hurting all of us, and he went and even touched it and pointed in on the hands on the barrel, saying, that's where I'm going to hit it right there. That's where I'm aiming. And sure enough, he broke it.
The menace to the USPBL, that is Dakota McFadden's deceased banana bat.
On the ground to second. Perez underhand scoop, 3 up and 3 down after the leadoff single for Harry Orth. And he continues his good day. Hoppers batting in the 5th on the other side of the break.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. It may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
So we just talked about the guys in this league who have the most strikeouts of anybody this year, and right there is one of them, Trevor Jackson. Earlier this month, August 3rd, struck out 10 against the Westside Woolly Mammoths in a non-public game in 6 innings. He's working in relief here in the 5th, down by 5 runs. Likely going to be the only inning for him. There's Dakota McFadden and co-manager Ryan Kotke over there at third base. Maybe Kotke telling him, hey, finally we broke that bat, huh?
McFadden over there. Yeah, I know. Probably going to have a funeral for it later. Pay respects for all the RBIs and home runs that got me.
For Jackson, he comes in 12 appearances, 8 of them starts, a 3.72 ERA. The big thing he has struggled with is the long ball, 6 home runs in 46 innings of work. Jackson, the 4-seam fastball, changeup, and curveball. And 92% of the time, it's either a 4-seam or a changeup. And that changeup, you can ask any hitter in the league, is one of the hardest pitches to hit at any time. But when he's throwing it right, it's near impossible. Kreitzer, Schellenbarger, and Hughes due up. First pitch, 90-mile-an-hour fastball, high and outside off the plate. Kreitzer walked in the first, grounded out in the second. The 1-0 tipped into the glove. Swing and a miss. That's that changeup, 80 miles an hour. 1-2, another one got him swinging.
Big,
Kreitzer
long swing.
was nowhere near it, and that's why it's such a lethal pitch for Trevor Jackson. Has that arm side run a little bit, looks like a fastball out of the hand, and drops off the table.
It's the 5th Beaver K today.
Because of that pitch, Jackson, one of the better swinging strike pitchers in the league, top 10 in that category.
Records his 62nd K of the season.
We talked a little bit about it last night with Colin Ledbetter. There's only a few guys in the league who have their fastball and then another pitch that's just such a good put-away pitch. For Ledbetter, it's the sinker and the slider. For Jackson, obviously the fastball and the changeup, or starting to seem like a fastball splitter guy that could be in that conversation. But in that discussion about Ledbetter last night, we looked at his slider numbers and the number of at-bats that end with a slider being the last pitch, whether it's a strikeout, a walk, a hit, a home run, no matter what. Schellenbarger hits this one on the ground to Stubbs, fielding, firing away off balance, and Jackson couldn't grab it. That's the second error today for the Beavers.
It's going to be an E1.
And a one-out base runner in Bryant Schellenbarger. But anyways, back to my point, Colin Ledbetter had absurd numbers with the strikeouts with the slider. So for Trevor Jackson, we look at the same numbers. He's had 81 at-bats end with a fastball. 8 of those are strikeouts. Swing and a miss from Hughes. With the changeup, 76 at-bats have ended with that pitch, and 47 of them strikeouts.
Wow.
Crazy numbers for Trevor Jackson.
Absolutely nuts.
Inside strike on Hughes. The 0-2, swing and a miss with the changeup. No surprise there. Strikeout number 48 with that pitch. Opponents hitting less than 100 against it.
So dirty.
Strikeout to Kreitzer. Schellenbarger reaches on the Trevor Jackson error, and a strikeout to Hughes. 1 on and 2 out for Christian Perez. Walked and singled today. See what he can do here in his third plate appearance in what's already been a better day for him. Also scored after that walk back in the second inning. One was the curveball that missed. Perez has looked comfortable today. We talked about that dislocated shoulder that he dealt with last week that he is now finally back from today for the first time. And there's another base hit. Perez is 2 for 2 with a walk today. Boy, I think that shoulder's okay.
I think so. It was a good shot the other way, right through the 3.5 hole. It's looking really good.
Two on and 2 out now for the top of the order. Pop out, double and a run, and then another pop out. First pitch swinging, just a little dribbler to Jackson. He'll field, stumbles a little bit, but is able to compose himself and get the third out over at first base. Last chance for the Beavers. They've been down all night. Held scoreless. They trail 5-0 as we head to the top of the 6th here on the USPBL Network.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
There's Vanessa Carr on Diva Night. Boy, she's had a number of different outfits, and she has been in the spirit of Diva Night all night long.
That's to say the least.
She's got the fans in it, too. Singing The Last Dance on the last chance for the Beavers right now, down by 5 here in the top of the 6th. Donovan Thacker takes over for Harry Orth, who had a career day today. 5 scoreless innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 hits, and didn't walk anybody either. We cannot say enough about how good Harry Orth was, towing the slab for the Hoppers here in Game 1.
He really was lights out, and especially what the Eastside Diamond Hoppers needed for the first game here today, and gives them a good momentum swing for the second game after losing earlier this week to the Utica Unicorns 11-0, but good turnaround for them.
First pitch from Thacker is fouled back by Davis. 6th inning brought to you by Fifth Third Bank on the US PBL Network. Thacker comes in with a fastball, slider, changeup, and curveball. Roped foul by Davis, but out of play. It's mainly fastball and slider. We rarely see the curveball from Thacker. The changeup makes an appearance here and there. He's dealt with some ups and downs this season. Started the year on the Mammoths. Has since been traded only in recent weeks to the Hoppers. That one caught a piece of Hughes off the bat. 13 appearances, 15 earned runs for Donovan Thacker, and more walks than strikeouts. He was another guy who dealt with injuries back when he was a Westside Woolly Mammoth. Went out for a start back in June, threw 4 pitches, and had to leave with an oblique injury. He threw a pitch and kind of reached and grabbed that left side under his rib where the oblique is, and Nick Caruso, the starting catcher at the time for the Mammoths, noticed something and thankfully went right out there. As Davis fights another one off foul. He went right out there for a mound visit, talked to Thacker. Visit took longer than you would expect for the 4th pitch thrown in the start, and then eventually the trainer came out. He had to leave, and his day was done, and he was sidelined for a number of weeks with that injury. Davis fly ball to right field, shallow, and Perez is there. And, you know, it's just hard. We've seen a number of guys in the league have to deal with injuries, and, you know, the numbers, the stats, and perhaps the play has suffered a little bit because of that. And it's hard in a league where you don't play every day, don't get innings or at-bats or live game action every single day or almost every day like some of the other leagues do, to develop that consistent skill set, especially when you're missing time due to injury.
And also that they're not, like you said, not playing every day and getting days off during the week, or they're playing a doubleheader and then that's the only time that they're playing during the week. But then you also have to take a look at the opposition of the new guys that come in and fill those spots are really performing at an above average level. Like Sam Loda we saw yesterday for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. He had a great weekend, and he's going to continue to have a great weekend.
Fly ball right field for Castillo, and Schellenberger's there. The Beavers just have not been the same offense that we've seen in the past few games tonight. Here in Game 1. And I think the mental approach of dealing with an injury plays a large factor for these guys, too. It's no secret that every player here has hopes and aspirations of playing at a higher level, whether it's the major leagues or affiliate baseball. They all are trying to move on. That's the goal here at the USPBL. And dealing with injuries and suffering lost time, and for, in this case, Thacker, suffering total number of innings pitched, that can, affect you and be a detriment in some cases.
And it's lost time that you could be out there on the mound and showing what you have and making a case for yourself. Hopefully a scout can recognize you.
Gets a big swing and a miss, and the Beavers are down to their last strike. Thacker trying to get the hold right here.
Last chance, romance for runs.
Hoppers scored 2 in the first and 3 in the second. No offense since then. Those 5 runs coming against the starter, James Crick, on 5 hits. Ford
barely.
Just barely caught that one. Saw that happen last night. Can't remember who it was. Someone barely tipped a foul ball with 2 strikes, and then the next pitch they were able to poke out into center field for a base hit, taking advantage of that extra life. Now the 0-2 again. In the dirt and past Hughes.
I think that might have been Leaf last night.
A ball and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Down goes Ford, and the Hoppers get a much-needed and dominant win tonight. They score 5 in the first 2 innings. On 5 hits, Harry Orth has an outstanding day. 8 strikeouts, 2 hits, no runs. And the Hoppers pick up their 14th win of the year over the Beavers.
5 runs in the first innings was just enough what they needed to get the win over the Beavers, who just couldn't find open green in the outfield or make at least contact with the ball because Harry Orth's stuff was just that good. And it was just all Hoppers the entire way through, and see if they can do that here in the next game.
Hoppers win at 5-0 Game 2. In about half an hour, Hoppers move to 14-20. The Beavers fall to 18-16. We'll see you right here on the USPBL Network momentarily for Game 2 of our straight doubleheader here on Saturday.
Starter, and now you're back to starting again. But when you first got to the USPBL, you were a reliever. So tell me about that transition, going from a starter to being a reliever to now being back to starting again.
At first, it was a little bit weird, but, we're getting used to it again, and it feels good.
So as we're heading into championship week, tell me about the mindset of the team, like your mindset. How are you guys looking forward to that week?
We're very excited. We're going to do good. Most big thing we got going on, though, is we need Derek to pitch a good game right here. So that's all we're worried about.
Well, you had a fantastic game today. Thank you so much for talking to us tonight, and we're looking forward to Game 2, all right? That was our Michigan Orthopedics Player of the Game. All right, let's hear from you, Johnny.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth, and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
July is over and we're heading into August. Championship weekend is right around the corner. The Unicorns and Beavers still sit at the top of the standings. I'm Shane McCaddy, Director of Baseball Operations, and this week in the USPBL starts now. The Hoppers and Unicorns battled on Star Wars night. Keon Taylor improved his record to a league-best 6-0. Drew Galassi went 2 for 4 with 1 RBI, and Malik Bolin added 2 RBIs of his own. The Unicorns won 9-6. Friday was another sellout crowd for fireworks at Jimmy John's Field. The Hoppers took the win against the Beavers, with Bryant Schellenbarger and Sean Lawler batting in all the runs for the Hoppers, leading them to a 4-2 win. Right-hand pitcher Harry Orth started on the mound, pitching 5 complete innings and striking out 5. Saturday's doubleheader matchup featured the Unicorns and the Mammoths. In Game 1, the Unicorns won sudden death. Drew Galassi stole the show, going 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored and 3 RBIs. Galassi stole a sure-to-be home run away from Brian Leaf, earning him the number 8 play on ESPN's SportsCenter Top 10 Plays.
United Shore Professional Baseball League, Utica Unicorns, the West Side Woolly Mammoths, and Unicorn Drew Galassi. Robbing Brian Leaf of a homer. Just gets a chest full.
The Mammoths took Game 2 thanks to starting pitching by Colin Ledbetter. Ledbetter pitched a complete game, striking out 9 and giving up just 1 hit. On Sunday Fun Day, the Hoppers and Beavers took the field. Noah Marcoux went 2 for 3. Derek Eddington threw 5 innings, striking out 6. The Beavers scored 3 of their 5 runs on home runs by Marcos Castillo, Dakota McFadden, and Wellington Guzman.
I love Jimmy John's Field.
I mean, it's got a great park, great food, great atmosphere. It's fun to go to a ball game without going downtown.
This is about my 4th time, but I want to make it a regular thing because it's so much fun.
Because all the players work hard, like practicing, and it's kind of cool.
These guys, very competitive. They put it all out in the field. It's great to have this so close to home, just because we could ride our bikes here from Dodge Park. We could, just drive here if we have to. It's not too far, not too much out of the way.
That's it for this week in the USPBL. I look forward to seeing you at Jimmy John's Field.
Game recap for game number 1. It was all Hoppers. They win it 5-0, move to 14-20. The Beavers 18-16. They've lost 3 in a row now in their chase for first place of the Unicorns. The Hoppers scored 2 in the first and 3 in the second. It was Blake Porter and Yadi Rivera who both scored in the first inning. Porter reached on a hit by pitch. Rivera had a single, and then Noah Marcoux, a sharp single to right field that scored Porter. And then Rivera eventually scored on a bases-loaded balk from James Crick. In the second inning, the RBIs belonged to Porter, who had a 2-run double that scored Pup, and Christian Perez, who had a good day. He was 2 for 2 with a walk after dealing with a dislocated shoulder from Sunday. Perez back and feeling good. Porter also scored himself on an RBI single from Noah Marcoux. He was 2 for 3 with 2 RBI singles, both in that first and second inning. Those 5 runs were the only offense as Harry Orth absolutely shut down the Beavers on the other side. 5 complete innings, only gave up 2 hits, no runs, no walks, and 8 strikeouts. Game 2, moments away, hopefully as good as Game 1. We'll see you there on the USPBL Network.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
All right, folks, who wants some free food? All you have to do is take a quick survey and receive a free $5 food voucher redeemable today at any concession stand here at the ballpark. The team at the Macomb County Health Department, our nationally accredited team, is looking for your feedback on the health of our community. The results will help them implement informed health strategies based upon your input. So become part of the team. Take a quick survey at our kiosk located on the main concourse and immediately receive a $5 food voucher. Together, we can keep our community healthy. So thank you for visiting Jimmy John Stadium, and let's enjoy the game.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at GetAscensionMichiganCare.com.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities
is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether like you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Diva night here at the ballpark. Game 2 about 10 minutes away as the players retake the field. We thank you for joining us here on the USPBL Network. Nick Matthews, Brendan Shabath bringing you this call. It'll be Derek Eddington versus Zach Devin in Game 2. Devin, the starter for the Beavers. Eddington for the Hoppers. Both guys have been good this year. It was Devin versus Eddington on Sunday when these two teams took place. An interesting story that happened to Zach Devin on that game. We'll get into that on the broadcast. Stick around. We're about 10 minutes from first pitch in our second game on the USPBL Network.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
As we get ready for Game 2, let's take a look at our starting lineups, beginning with the visiting Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Leading off and batting first out in center again is Travius Ford. Him and Castillo flip spots in the lineup between Games 1 and 2. Castillo again still in right. McFadden was at third in Game 1, now switches over to second base here in Game 2, still batting third. Felix Abaret is relieved from his duties behind the plate defensively. He'll be the designated hitter and clean up. J.D. Stubbs stays over at first and bats fifth. Eric Whitfield moves out to left field instead of right and bats sixth. Ryan Sullivan, who sat for Game 1, will play here in Game 2 on the hot corner over at third, where we saw him earlier in the week on Thursday. Eric Ramirez, now the second catcher, batting eighth for the Beavers, and Cameron Collette over at the shortstop position, batting ninth. They're led on the mound by Zach Devon. For the home Eastside Diamond Hoppers, it's the shortstop Alex Pupp leading it off. Blake Porter out in center batting second. Yadi Rivera batting third and playing third. The top three stay the same between Games 1 and 2. Noah Marcoux is the designated hitter. He'll bat fourth. Nick Kreitzer relieves Joe Burke at first base. He'll bat fifth. Scott Combs takes over for Whit Hughes behind the dish. He'll bat sixth. Bryant Schellenbarger is still in right, batting seventh. Sean Lawler now over there in left, batting eighth. And Christian Fedko relieves Christian Perez at second base. He'll bat ninth. They're led by Derek Eddington on the mound. Nick, what are you looking for here in Game 2?
I'm looking forward to another great game, but obviously Derek Eddington and Zach Devon are both stellar pitchers, so what I'm going to see, or at least foresee, is another low-scoring game, but these two teams also have the opportunity and have the gumption to go and put up 6, 7, maybe 8.
Zach Devon gets the start here in Game 2 for the Beavers. He started the game on Sunday against these Hoppers, and he was really good through 4 complete innings. Had not given up a hit, only 1 run came around. That was Blake Porter, who walked and stole his way to third base and then scored on a wild pitch. And then it was a bad 5th inning for Devon. 5 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned, 3 walks total on the day. And he said he just really started feeling like crap in that 5th inning, and it turns out he suffered from heat stroke on what was a very hot and muggy Sunday.
It's always important to stay hydrated so you can perform your best, and it's something you don't really think about too much is, hey, did you take enough water today?
It was some serious stuff for Devon. He said that's something that he's dealt with in the past, overheating and suffering from some heat stroke. He's ahead 0-2 here on Pupp. He got back to the dugout after being pulled in that 4th inning and said his body just shut down. Had to be carried back to the clubhouse. He even went to the wrong clubhouse and was just groggy and exhausted. Said he remembered last time for some reason that salt worked for him to kind of wake the muscles up in his body, and particularly his face. He said that really felt like they were shutting down. So he was finding salt shakers and filling up his water bottle and just chugging that, and it helped.
Yeah, it's something that you'll lose, especially when you have heat stroke, is you'll lose a lot of sodium, and you sweat it out or you need to replenish it, and that's one way to do it. A lot of people that I've known that have had heat stroke in the past, unfortunately, they've had like pretzels or something that has a lot of salt to get them back to at least normal or somewhat normal, and then they chug some water or they have some Gatorade and cool down.
Back-to-back foul balls on the 0-2 from Pup. And what a bad time to suffer from heat stroke. He was working on a no-hitter through 4 at least, and we haven't seen that many pitchers this year go at least 3 or 4 without giving up a hit. Righty-righty matchup on the 0-2. Low and away, and Pup lets it go. For Devin, it's a 2-seam fastball, slider, 4-seam fastball, and then a curveball and changeup. That 2-seam fastball is the dominant one over the 4-seam. Slider, the main breaking ball. It's also Zach's birthday today. He turns 26.
Happy birthday, Zach.
Looking to celebrate with a win. Saw him before the game. He said, yeah, today's going to be a good birthday. I can feel it. On his 25th birthday, Zach, who is originally from California, said he was making the drive back to California. He was driving home on his birthday and got the call from the USPBL and said, that's when he got signed last year.
Hey, turn around.
So 2 pretty good birthday gifts, huh? You get to play this year, got the call last year. Pup has fought his way back into this count. It's now 3-2. Already 7 pitches in this at-bat. And on the hands, and fought to the third baseman, Sullivan, who throws over to first. Stubbs make a nice stretching grab for the first out.
Good soft contact there by Zach Devin, and that one did sound a little weird off the bat of Alex Pup. That wood could be almost dead after hearing that noise. Good play over there by Sullivan.
Sullivan has only played at third once this year, and that was earlier this week on Thursday in the loss to the Mammoths. He had a couple errors over there adjusting to a new position. We've seen him play first and right field, that is, most often. He's been the designated hitter a few times, but with the injuries that Luke Fenley and Wellington Guzman, 2 middle infielders, are dealing with for the Beavers, they have to shift some guys around. That's why we see Collette back where he used to be at shortstop, Sullivan over at third, McFadden at second base, a position we haven't seen him at.
And then Ramirez behind the dish.
Yeah, Ramirez, he's had to deal with quite a number of changes since playing professionally. Porter extends the hands and hits it out to center for Ford. But Ramirez originally came to the USPBL and joined the Unicorns with his college teammate Luis Atilis, who's a shortstop for them. Hit a grand slam in his first professional game. Pretty good way to get your first pro RBI.
Absolutely.
And then was traded over to these Beavers, who were in need of some talent. Was originally hitting on the right side, then switched over to the left. He was a switch hitter back in high school, and his high school and college coaches liked his power that he had from the right side better, but the contact and just consistent hitting he gets on the left side, Von Joshua and Josh Hines like better. So he's now hitting on the left side. Has played second and short and third, anywhere in the infield but first, which he's done his entire life. Has played a little bit of outfield, and now with only one mainstay at catcher for the Beavers. And Felix Averette, on days like today where there's a doubleheader or maybe Felix needs a day off, Ramirez, who caught a little bit in previous years, now doing it professionally. Two balls, no strikes on Yachty. Popped him up. Ramirez discards the mask, calls everybody off. Now Sullivan late, and he slides to make the grab. McFadden there to hype him up, and that's the third out.
Ooh, too close for comfort there.
Ryan Sullivan came in at the last second, screaming for Ramirez to get out of the way, and he did, and was able to make the grab. Scoreless after one.
Hard to follow that play that we just watched, but this is obviously very exciting because I am here with royalty tonight, our Metro Detroit Chevy dealers fans of the game. These are the Smiths. Thank you guys so much for coming out tonight. Now, before I send it back to Johnny, I'm going to do you guys a huge favor. You better get out those phones and look up at that board over there. Now, take a chance to scan that QR code that we're going to have so you have a chance to win tickets to the USPBL championship game. All right, let me see y'all get out those phones right now. All right, let's send it back to you, Johnny.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Stubbs, Whitfield, and Sullivan batting in the second for the Beavers. They got a leadoff base hit from Travius Ford back in the first. Marcos Castillo then reached on a fielder's choice as the Hoppers failed to turn two. And then Eddington did his job striking out McFadden and Averette, the 3 and 4 hitters in tonight's lineup in game 2. Stubbs looks at a ball outside. Now a fastball at 90, low and in off the plate.
Stubbs 0 for 2 in game 1.
Popped him up. Center field. Shallow enough for Pup to make the grab. That'll bring up the left fielder, Whitfield. And Whitfield was one of just 2 guys to get a base hit in the first game off Harry Orth. On that same line, also struck out in his other at-bat. Looks at a called strike right there.
It was one of 8 strikeouts if you missed it in game 1. Harry Orth had a heck of a performance. Not giving up a walk, an earned run. 5 innings pitched.
Lined out to center. Porter just has to come in a few steps.
Some good contact outs here for Eddington.
Eddington with the best walk rate of any pitcher in the league. Walks less than 2 batters every 9 innings.
It's fantastic.
His strikeout to walk ratio is also league best at 7. Ryan Sullivan did not play in game number 1. Gets a start in game 2 at third base. Swings and misses 1-1. Sullivan this year batting .188 in 22 games. Does have a couple of home runs. It's that natural power that he has. It's the ability to run into a few, 1 and 2. Another guy who dealt with some injuries. Those were mainly in spring training and through the first few weeks of the year. He had a hamstring injury that did nag him a little bit at one point this season, but he's made a full recovery.
He's also 5th in the league in doubles.
Two in on the hands, got him with the fastball, strike 3. Third strikeout today for Eddington, and he gets a 1-2-3 breeze here in the second.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Welcome back to USPBL Baseball. There's Zach Devon, who had a 1-2-3 inning. He'll be facing the 4, 5, 6 batters this inning.
Still knotted at 0 as Devon will face the Hoppers in the second. Birthday Boy had a 1-2-3 in the first, all contact outs. Ground out and 2 flyouts. So that makes it Marcoux, Kreitzer, and Combs up here in the bottom half of the second for the Hoppers.
Marcoux had a great first game.
2 for 3, 2 RBI singles, reached in all 3 appearances. Reached the 3rd time on an error. He's been an on-base machine for the Hoppers lately.
That's a good reason why he's hitting 4th, to try to knock some Hoppers in that get on before him. It's not the case this inning after the 1-2-3.
First pitch fouled back. Marcoux's got only 1 home run this year. That came back on August 2nd in a non-public. The guy who's got that smooth swing like we talked about has home run power. But right now it's been singles and doubles for Marcoux. Did go 0 for 3 earlier in this week for the Hoppers against the Unicorns. With 2 for 3 the last time against these Beavers, 2 for 4 the time before that. Two for 4 against the Unicorns on August 2nd when he did have that home run. Had 3 RBIs in that game.
Boy, it certainly feels like a fall night right now. It's 68. Down in downtown Utica, very cloudy skies. It feels like an October evening.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Righty-lefty matchup, low and in. Marcoux, for the most part, likes it low and outside. That's where he's had the most success in the strike zone. Full count, and he walked him. First base runner for the Hoppers, and it's the leadoff man here in the second.
There goes JJ. Next up for the Hoppers, the first baseman, number 17, Nick.
Devin has struggled a little bit with the walks this year. That's number 13 that he has surrendered.
Still a good ratio, though. Opponents are only hitting .221.
.37 strikeouts for Devin. That ratio he has is top 10. 3 strikeouts for every walk. Fouled back by Kreitzer. Nick was the designated hitter in the first game, reached once on a walk. 0 for 2 besides that, including a strikeout. The 2-1. Slider in there for strike 2. Good chance we see both of these starters go near or a full game tonight in the second game. Fouled back. Devin's gone 38 innings in 12 appearances this year. For Eddington, it's been 42 innings in 10 appearances. So these guys are no strangers to being stretched out, and that's part of the advantage and something you look to do as a manager in these doubleheaders. At least one of the games you want a guy to go 5 or 6. Good news for the Hoppers, they've already had a guy go 5. 4th in game 1.
Saves a lot of bullpen arms that they have at the ready.
Kreitzer thought about it. Some of the Beavers fans that we heard earlier wanted strike 3. Instead, it's a full count. The second one Devin has been in.
Still at the disposal for Kotke is DeSanti, Brace, and Drummond. If he wants to throw Thacker back out there for 1 inning, he could, but probably unlikely.
And back-to-back walks.
Devin doesn't like that.
I think Devin doesn't agree with the call, asking was it high, was it outside? He didn't know where it missed. It was a slider away to the lefty Kreitzer, and 2-on, nobody out for Scott Combs. Combs playing in his 4th professional game, 4 for 13. A guy that a lot of people around the league like as a new hitting catcher. First pitch, and that hit him on the hand.
It's going to load him up.
Devin a little frustrated. Bases juice now, nobody out. Trouble here in the second. The Hoppers got out to an early lead in game one, trying to repeat that same fortune in the second game. And through all this, Devin still has yet to give up a hit.
Still no action in the Beaver pen as of right now.
Schellenbarger 0 for 3 in game one. Strikeout did reach on an error his last time up. Was stranded on second base. It's Marcoux over at third. Kreitzer at second. Combs at first. The first pitch. High and outside. $12 RBIs for Schellenbarger this season. He's been pretty good on a spot like this. Flies this one high to shallow left. Whitfield's going to come in. Marcoux will not tag. Whitfield's got a pretty good arm out there. He quickly gets the ball in for the first out.
It wasn't a sac fly opportunity. It was very shallow hit pop up. Maybe Lawler can do it here with one out.
So Devin leaves the runners where they are. Now one down. Lawler has quietly been really good lately for the Hoppers. Batting .250 through 25 games. Guy who's been here since the start of this season. Had an average right around 200 all year long. Fly ball out to center. Ford stumbles as he went back first and then had to come in. Slipping on the mud, Marcoux scores. And the bases stay loaded as the Hoppers get the first run. Boy, what happened to Ford out there?
Looks like he just lost his footing and has too much clay in his cleats.
He just got stuck in the mud, was slipping. You can see it from up here and on the camera out in center field that it's just beat up over there in center where Ford waits. And I think he was just slipping on that mud. No error. It's going to go ruled as a hit. A weird baseball rule. You can't get an error if your glove does not touch the ball. Not that Ford deserves one there, though. Nothing he can do about the grass. RBI for Lawler. That's his 13th. One in on the hands of Fedko and fouled back.
I thought you were joking.
One ball, two strikes now.
That's crazy.
Fedko recently joined this Hoppers team. 6 professional games under his belt. A former Yukon Husky. Pounds this one on the ground. Sullivan will step on the bag for one. Throw to first. Stubbs with a nice play. It pulled him off the bag, though.
That run will score.
And now it's a live ball. Running to to third is Lawler, and he slides in safely.
Good heads-up base running by Lawler there.
Sullivan wasn't ready. Stubbs didn't know what was going on. Lawler aggressive with 2 outs. Now runners on the corners for the top of the order.
Kotke loves it over there. All smiles from the manager.
So Kreitzer scored on the play. Combs, who was at second, was out on the force play as Sullivan stepped on the bag. An RBI infield single for Fedko. Brings up Pup. Slider, strike one. Pup is the 7th batter that has come to the plate this inning. He grounded out to third base his first time up. Big lead for Fedco at first. Devin doesn't get the call. Seems to be a little frustrated with the zone tonight. The ball on a strike. Fedco, the runner goes. Quick throw down from Ramirez. That's right at the second base bag into center field. It will score a run. Fedco holds at second base. That's Lawler that scores. 3-0 Hoppers.
Well, it's good heads-up base running by Lawler to get to third on the fielder's choice RBI. And if that wasn't the case, then that wouldn't be another run. Lawler would still be standing on third right now, and it would be still 2-0.
Fedco was safe at second as the ball squirted away. 2 balls, 1 strike on Alex Pup. Middle with the fastball, and he fouled it back. Another foul ball back towards the dugout. Beavers, the away team over on the first base side. The Hoppers, the home team. Their dugout's over near third base. The 2-2 down on swings goes Alex Pup. Devin gives up 3 in the second, but ends it on a strikeout. Beavers have struggled to get the offense going all day, stretching back to game 1. We'll see what they can do in the top of the third on the other side of this break.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Derek Eddington continues his good start. He's got 3 strikeouts already, only 1 hit given up, and currently holding a 3-0 lead. Hoppers have outscored the Beavers 8-0 in total today through what has been 8 complete innings. Top of the third here. Ramirez, Collette, and Ford, the 8-9 one-hitters, due up in the Beavers order.
Hoppers also have out-hit the Beavers 8-3 as well.
The only hit for the Beavers tonight in Game 2 has come from Ford at the top of the order. Led off this game with a hit and then was out on the fielder's choice. Ground ball from Castillo. Big wave and a miss on the 1-0 from Ramirez. 0 for 2 in Game 1. As we talked about earlier, Ramirez a switch hitter when he was younger and then stuck over to the right side in high school and college. And now back on the left professionally. Fouls it back. Eddington's opponent batting average numbers don't necessarily jump out at you, all in the 200s, pretty equal righties and lefties. In total, opponents batting .236 against him, but where he excels is getting the soft contact. It's way more fly balls than ground balls. And there's a strikeout to Ramirez.
It's his 4th of the day. Now he finally gets to the bottom of this order.
Eddington doing what he does best, getting the swing and miss. Gets more than the average U.S. PBL pitcher. Another guy, less than 4 pitches for every at-bat from Eddington. Curveball misses. Cameron Collette quickly ahead 2-0. Struck out once in Game 1. Other out was a fly out. Went for the fastball and missed. Swing and a miss again.
Same swing. He's trying to kill the ball.
Collette has done that all season long. He does have that big, fast swing. Seems like there's a focus on the bat speed. There's another swing and a miss. Got him with the off speed. The curveball for back-to-back strikeouts for Derek Eddington. He's now struck out 3 in a row, spanning back to the last out of the 2nd inning. He's quietly
matching 4th.
That, and he's quietly retired the last 7 batters. Ford, one of just 2 guys. He hasn't retired tonight. Big swing and miss on the 90-mile-an-hour fastball. That's the pitch that Ford likes. He did have a home run before his eye injury earlier in the year, and that was an at-bat where he saw 3 fastballs in a row, took huge swings just like the one you saw on the first 2, and then the third one, he caught up to it and drilled it over the left field wall for his first and only so far professional home run. Ball on a strike. Big swing and miss Ford, a guy that the Beavers coaching staff really likes. He's eager to learn. Spent so much time and energy trying to get back from his injury. That one's outside. For those that haven't been following, Travius back in practice back in May at the start of the year was pitching to a teammate behind an L screen, which is how you're supposed to do it, and took a batted ball that went through the screen back into the eye suffered a laceration, a broken nose, concussion, myriad of injuries, and was out for quite some time, had surgery on that eye, had a slow recovery back. It kept feeling like, oh, we'll see him next week, and then we'll see him next week, and then we'll see him the week after that. But finally he's here, down on strikes as Eddington strikes out the side. It's the second Hoppers pitcher today to do that, Derek Eddington. He's got 6 strikeouts through 3 innings. His team's up 3-0.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Welcome back. Hoppers batting in the 3rd inning. Blake Porter, Yadi Rivera, and Noah Marcoux are scheduled hitters. Longer inning last time for Zach Devon. Walk, hit by pitch, had the bases loaded for Bryant Schellenbarger, who eventually popped out. Then Lawler brought a run home on what should have been the second out on a high pop fly to center field, but Travius Ford slipped out there and wasn't able to get the ball, so it was just a single with an RBI for Lawler. And an infield single for Christian Fedko, and 3 runs eventually came around to score.
Two, 3, 4. Heart of this lineup coming up.
Porter flew out to center his first time up. Looks at a curveball in the dirt. We talked in game 1, in referencing Castillo, when he was up to bat, about the center fielders in this game, and for every team in the league, and Porter is no different. He's been a great 5-tool guy all year long for the Hoppers. Hits for average at 274, some power, slugging at 410 with 4 home runs this year. Ball and a strike. Dotted low and inside for strike 2. 9 stolen bases, a great fielder out in center.
Outstanding fielder.
We've seen some sliding, some diving plays. He has a great arm that has cut a few runners down on the base paths. Checked his swing. The appeal, they say he went, but the ball is way away from Ramirez on the wild pitch, so Porter gets over to first on the incomplete strikeout.
Next up, the third baseman number 10, Yadi Rivera.
See if Rivera can capitalize on the pass ball. We talked about Porter's speed. Maybe see that here if the Hoppers want to add to this 3-0 lead. Typically don't see too many teams with a lead that is comfortable stealing too often. 3 is certainly not ideal against a team like the Beavers. And there goes Porter on the first pitch. Ramirez's throw down is high and out to center field. Porter quickly on his feet, thought about third, but stumbled as he got up right away, so he'll just hold at second.
Smart decision. He was heading over to third base, but he wouldn't have made it there in time at all because Travis Ford has a great arm and he had a lot of room to cover still.
Yeah, I was going to say, typically you don't see teams in baseball stealing when up relatively large, 5, 6, 7 runs. Obviously the Hoppers lead right now is less than that, but we've seen it a few times this year, and that's because, like we talked about earlier, it's a development league and a showcase league. These guys, for the most part, have green lights. There's not signs that are shared amongst the coaches and players, and if they think they can go and they can get there, they'll go. Outside to Rivera, 2 balls, no strikes. Devin checks the runner twice, now lifts and fires. 86 miles an hour for strike 1. You see Devin using that leg kick. That's a newer thing for him. Used to drop in drive, now lifts the leg. That's better on the body for him. That one's in the dirt, squirts away from Ramirez, and there goes Porter over to third.
Another good opportunity for the Hoppers to tack another one on right here. Nobody out, man on third.
It's been really tough for the Beavers lately. They have just cooled off much more than we could have expected. Team that rattled off 6 or 7 wins in a row throughout July. Got back into the conversation as possibly being a first-place team. Rivera pops it up. Ramirez going back. Infielders charging. Ramirez makes the play just out of our line of sight. Nice grab for him in foul territory.
So also a good job by Cam Collette over there at shortstop to keep control of Porter over there at third base and warning his teammate.
I saw that. I think Porter was thinking about sneaking home before the play was blown dead and when everybody had kind of calmed down and forgotten that he was over there. He had a weird walking lead from third base, and Collette saw that. Whitfield also saw that. He came all the way in from left field to maybe get Porter on a back tag. This is a deep fly ball to the warning track. Whitfield's there. Porter is going to tag. Throw is cut off by Sullivan, and Porter scores standing up 4-0. The Hoppers lead it.
Good sac fly. Noah Marcoux. Yeah, back to the sneakiness of Blake Porter. Cam Collette also warning Zach Devin, hey, keep an eye on him because play's not dead yet.
Kreitzer, a line fly ball to center. It drops in front of Travius Ford. He went back on it originally and then had to come in and saw it hit the grass in front of him. That's one of the things that Josh Hines said he was a little bit worried about with Travius and just with the eye surgery. His ability, he totally trusted Travius and his ability to make the plays in the outfield. We know how athletic and how fast he is. We've seen him make those plays a number of times this year, but it was the line drives, and those are hard for any fielder. I've talked to a few guys, Malik Bolin, a guy who tried out and has been trying out a new position in left field for the Unicorns. He struggles with the line drives. That's the hardest hit, the hardest play to make for any outfielder at any level of baseball, is the ones hit right to you on a line.
Very, very much so, because you don't know the spin on it as it's coming towards you. Could be tailing away. That looks like it's just coming right at you. And then there's the knucklers that come and they swerve in the air, and you don't know really how to judge it. And it can drop in front of you, or it can keep going and smoke right past you.
Kreitzer's going to go on the dropped pitch that gets past Ramirez. Over and rounding second.
You don't see that too much from the big man.
Nick will stay there. Seen a couple wild pitches tonight. We talked about Ramirez, a new spot at catcher. You think about the new spots defensively for the Beavers. Ramirez catching, McFadden at second, Sullivan over at third, and Travius Ford over in center. Marcos Castillo over and right. I mean, all these guys we've not seen them play these positions before. And that's what just 2 injuries, minor injuries at that too, to Luke Fenley and Wellington Guzman. We expect them to be back soon. But 2 minor injuries to both of those guys changes your entire defensive outlook. Usually we'd see Castillo in center, Ford in left, or in right, maybe Chris Davis in left. Davis played in game 1, sitting in game 2. Combs knew it as he watched strike 3 go by. That's the 3rd strikeout for Devin. Surrenders 1 more run. Strands a runner on second, though. And it's 4-0 Hoppers.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
Derek Eddington, after sitting for a while as the Hoppers sent just 5, but it was a longer inning in the 3rd, to the plate. He's struck out 4 in a row. See if he can keep that streak up here in the top of the 4th. Sure has the ability to attack hitters hanging on to a 4-run lead right now.
His offense has been pretty good so far, and the Hoppers' offense all day long has been pretty good. Can't say the same for the Beavers, who've been kind of off script today and have gone a little cold. See if Marcos Castillo can heat him up.
The Beavers came into today 4 games back of first place to the Unicorns at 22-10. Beavers now 18-16. They've dropped 4 of their last 5. They're in desperate need of some wins. They'll have an opportunity to really make a run at first place at the end of August and the start of September. They play the Unicorns 4 out of their last 5 games this season on the 26th and the 28th, and then again in a doubleheader on September 3rd. The 1-1 to Castillo is outside. Castillo reached on a fielder's choice his first time up. He was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts in the first game. The 2-1, skied foul and out of play onto the right side. A little bit of action in the Hoppers pen. Can't quite see who that is from here. Just some stretching, though. Nobody throwing. Looks like it could be Mike DeSanti over there. Swing and a miss. Castillo down on strikes. 5 straight for Derek Eddington.
Eddington's trying to catch Harry on the K's.
Orth had a career high 8 strikeouts in 5 innings. His previous career high was 5. Eddington's best is 10. It'll be tough to get the 6th in a row right here to McFadden. Eddington does have 7 already. Fastball at 89 in for a strike. Those 10 strikeouts for Eddington in a non-public game against the Unicorns on August 2nd. 5 innings, 4 hits, just 1 run. Two-one is a curveball in the dirt. Eddington's gone 5 innings in each of his last 2 starts. Would love to do that here in game number 2. That would be a pretty ideal situation for Ryan Kotke and John Dombrowski, both starters in each game, going 5 complete.
Makes it really easy on the bullpen arms.
Does save some of those arms, too, for later in the week, which is key as we get to the end of this season. And McFadden walks on 5 pitches, so the strikeout streak ends at 5 with a 1-out walk to Dakota.
It's the first base runner since Travius Ford had an infield single back in the first.
At the start of this game, we mentioned Eddington with 5 appearances as starts and 5 appearances in relief. He's been really good in every appearance as a start. Only has 1 real hiccup back on July 21st, 9 hits and 5 runs. Still went 5 innings in that one. Other than that, has not had a start where he's given up more than 3 earned runs. The 1-1 to Aberrett. Curveball, bottom of the zone for strike 2. Curveball smacked out to left field, dropping in foul territory. Dangerous swing for Aberrett.
There's DeSanti.
It's a long strike.
Goes into the hopper pen.
Is Mike warming up? The only guy over there, and he's just getting loose right now. Expect Eddington to finish the 4th and likely at least start the 5th, barring any drastic rallies from the Beavers. Their offense has just been completely shut down tonight.
Not too many hits on either side in the second game.
2-2, riding fastball high. Velocity has dwindled a little bit for Eddington as the night has gone on. Last few have been at 89. Averages 90 with the 4-seam. And outside, back-to-back walks, and you just won't see that too much from Derek Eddington. If the numbers continued their trend as they have this season, those would be the only 2 walks Eddington would give up in 9 innings.
Yeah, right there. So this is the best chance as any for the Beavers to capitalize and hopefully scratch off a run here.
This is the best chance they've had all day, including game 1. Number 5 hitter J.D. Stubbs digs in. McFadden at second and Aberrett at first. First pitch curveball in for a strike. The trouble for Eddington here is he is a fly ball pitcher, does not get many ground ball outs. And this is where he would love to get one of those rare ones, a double play to end this inning. Could bode well for him continuing this good start.
Stubbs has flew out twice today. Once in game 1 and once in game 2.
The 1-2. Combs likes the pitch. They don't get the call. Through 3 innings, no runs on 1 hit for the Beavers, 4 runs on just 2 hits for the Hoppers. It's been a couple errors and some aggressive base running that have led to more runs for Eastside. The 2-2 fouled back. Two leadoff walks put our runners on in this inning. Eddington has yet to give up a hit since the first batter in this game, Travius Ford. Stubbs down on strikes.
It's number 8 now for Eddington.
Got him with the curveball. Whitfield 1 for 3 in total on the day over the course of the 2 games. 0 for 1 here in the second one. Lined out to center his first time up. That was back in the second inning, a 1-2-3 inning. This one's out to the gap in right center field. Porter ranging over, going back there. Schellenbarger too. They run into each other, but Schellenbarger caught it. Able to hang on for the 3rd out, and that's a big one. If that ball drops, 2 runs score, and we've got a whole new ball game, but instead we stay right where we are. It's the Beavers 0 and the Hoppers 4.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether like you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Time to shake it off in between the top and bottom half of the fourths here at Jimmy John's Field. Still a good crowd here for game 2. Zach Devon on 54 pitches will head out for the 4th inning. There's action in the Beavers bullpen. We'll see how long Devon gets stretched through a start that has been up and down for him. He started this game with 3 up, 3 down in the first inning. The second was the longest one in game 2 with 7 batters sent to the plate and 2 runs coming across. 2 hits that inning, 1 for Lawler, 1 for Fedko. And then in the third, another run scored, 5 batters sent to the plate. Base hit for Nick Kreitzer. Puts us where we are now, 4-0, the Hoppers lead it.
Available relief pitchers that the Beavers have still: Zach Blankenship, Nick Shaw, and Lyle Hibbets. Austin Shea had a start the other day. Galindo and Jackson both used in game 1 with Crick.
Galindo had a nice outing in a game that the Beavers would probably like to forget other than that. He pitched 2 good scoreless innings after the 5 runs on 5 hits from James Crick in the first 2 innings.
Yeah, Galindo had 4 Ks himself.
Couple of career nights. That was a career high for Galindo. Orth, we mentioned his career high strikeouts. That one's under the glove of Stubbs. Still grabs it, flips. Devon stepped on the bag, and he got him.
Way to stay with it over there. And then Zach Devon, good hustle to get over to the bag and finish the out.
Schellenbarger down, 1 pitch and 1 out. Something Bryant does a lot. He steps up to the plate, ready to swing.
Usually the first pitch is somewhere in the zone that he can take it for a ride, and sometimes that happens.
It's easy to look at just over 3 pitches per at-bat for Bryant, which is right near the league lowest, and think that that's not a good thing. But many of them are contact outs and not strikeouts. He's just an aggressive hitter. He's always comfortable, likes to get up there and just swing the bat, and it's something that looks close. But you look at the strikeout totals, just 17 for him. The 1-1 to Lawler, fouled back. Lawler almost exclusively responsible for the 3rd run in this game for the Hoppers. Reached on a little blooper to center field. Got over to second on the Fedko single and then took 3rd. Grounded to Stubbs again. He'll step on it this time just in front of Lawler.
2 quick outs there for Devon.
Fedko 1 for 1 today. Batting with 2 outs and nobody on. 4th inning on the US PBL Network, brought to you by Pepsi. Thank Pepsi for their proud sponsorship of Jimmy John's Field in the US PBL. Fastball high, 86 miles an hour from Devon. Popped him up.
Skyrocketed up there.
Shallow center. McFadden and Collette, they both touch hips, but McFadden makes the grab. We've seen a couple collisions, none of them dangerous, and both of them resulting in an out. 3 up and 3 down here in the 4th.
Beautiful songs today. So it's Diva Night, and now we're going to see if this guy, Corey, right here, can do the same thing. All right, so we're playing Finish the Lyric today, all right? The song is Believe by Cher, and let's see if you can do this, okay? All right, let's play that song.
Do you believe in life after love?
Yes, that's it. Congratulations. We just knew you were the right guy to choose. Congratulations. You'll be walking away with a prize today. Thank you so much for playing. All right, let's go right back to you, Johnny.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves.
Ryan Sullivan leading things off for the Beavers in the 5th. Trying to halt a scoreless inning streak of 10 right now. Shutout in 6 innings in Game 1 and shutout through 4 here in Game 2. Eddington and Orth have been the culprits of that. 0-1. Sullivan thought about it.
Combined Eddington and Orth with 16 Ks on the day and only giving up 3 hits.
The only hit so far in Game 1 was the first one from Travius Ford. 1-1. Lined out to center. Porter just a few steps to his left. Puts the squeeze on it.
It's a good hack by Sullivan. It was hot off the bat, but right to Porter.
At one point in this game, Eddington had retired 10 straight, and in part of that, struck out 5 in a row until last inning when he walked McFadden and Aberrett in back-to-back at-bats, and that was the best chance the Beavers have had this entire day to score. And Eddington, with only 1 out, followed that up with a strikeout to Stubbs and coaxed a flyout out of Eric Whitfield. Now here's the other Eric. That's Ramirez. Looks at a ball outside. Struck out his first time up. He was the second in that stretch of 5 in a row for Eddington. And on the hands and fouled back. With just the 1 hit and 2 walks, the Beavers have stranded 3 runners in Game 2.
Now there's 2 hoppers out there in the hopper pen. Possibly Brace over there too.
On the ground, Pup charging, firing, and it's under the glove of Kreitzer. He couldn't grab it. Ramirez quickly gets back on the bag. Good job by Fedco to be backing that up.
That's going to be ruled as an error. Yep.
I was going to say, the still hit total for the Beavers stays at 1. Error likely given to Kreitzer. Beavers need base runners any way they can get them, though.
Down 4 here, and with only 2 innings to go in the game, they need anything they can get.
Collette is up, top of the order on deck. First pitch swinging and missing. Collette 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts in total tonight. In there for strike 2. Eddington is just so hard to hit against. You know he's going to put it in the zone. He just doesn't walk guys. But still hard to end up swinging at that. Eddington throws strikes 64% of the time.
works very efficiently and gets after batters and gets ahead in the count, and he can do a lot with it.
Gets a little bit more swing and miss than he does called strikes, and that's probably due to the high velocity where he's around 89 to 92. Not as much movement. Quick tag from Kreitzer, but Ramirez is safe. That curveball is not a big bender with extremely tight spin. It does work well for Eddington. His best strikeout pitch is the fastball, though. 33 in 117 at-bats. Ramirez goes on the pitch. Combs from his knees, fires down. Good throw. Got him. Strike him out, throw him out, end the threat here in the fifth. Derek Eddington gets his 9th strikeout, and Combs with a good throw to second ends the inning.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Zach Devon's day is done. Lyle Hibbets will take over on the mound for the Beavers. Devon finishes with a line of 4 complete innings, 3 hits, 4 runs off of those, 2 walks and 3 strikeouts. Hibbets a newcomer, 5 appearances so far. Does have 2 wins already. Yet to give up an earned run. He's looked pretty sharp through 8 2/3 innings. He's got a 4-seam fastball, knuckle curve, and a changeup. And talking to some of the other hitters and coaches around the league, that knuckle curve is the one that's really the tough pitch to hit. It's got some nasty movement on it. Very different in speed as compared to his other 2 pitches. The changeup is usually around 82, and the 4-seam is around 90. Can get to 92. To go from 92 with the fastball to 76 with the knuckle curve is not an easy adjustment for the hitters.
It's not, yeah, that's quite the gap, and it's a whole new time to wrap your head around, and still got some fans out there on the lawn and late night tonight.
Hibbets and Ramirez game planning for the top of the order in the 5th. Pup, Porter, and Rivera, likely the last chance for the Hoppers, if all things remain the same, to get any more runs in this game.
As the sun sets here in downtown Utica, we got a 67 whopping degrees with a 67% humidity as well.
Initial offering from Pup is tipped foul. Fastball. Ramirez couldn't grab it, and it's called under the zone. 1-1. Hibbett's made his first appearance in late July, back on the 30th. 2 innings, hitless and scoreless against these Hoppers. Most recently was 2 days ago in the Thursday loss to the Mammoths. No runs. There's 1 run, but on 3 hits. Did strike out 4 in 2 innings. The Mammoths were just good that day. Ramirez calls time. Pounded into the ground, a high bounce, and it skips off the wrist of Sullivan, and Pup will reach safely.
Pup was probably going to reach safely anyway. That was a really high chopped ball for Sullivan to get and then quickly get it over to first base, but Alex Pup was too darn fast anyway.
Yeah, it's a tough play to get a speedy runner anyways, and a tough play for Sullivan. It hasn't gone up on the board yet. Likely goes up as an infield single.
Yeah, there it goes.
That'll bring up Porter. Fastball at 91, in for a strike. Outside corner, Hibbets dots it on back-to-back fastballs. Another 91. Lyle, a reliever out of New Mexico State. Spent 3 seasons of college ball there. Boy, Stubbs thought he had the tag on the pickoff move on Pup. Hibbett's got it over there pretty quickly.
And it was also a good small little detail that Stubbs kept Alex Pup occupied, and we could throw back over to Hibbets to have him not steal second base.
Hibbett struggled a little bit with the walks back in college, almost 5 per 9, and only 7 strikeouts per 9. Off the glove of Ramirez, Pup's going to go to second on the strikeout to Porter. Man in scoring position and 1 down for Yachty, who's 0 for 2. Looking to end that streak. Ball 1. Rivera singled and scored in his first at-bat in Game 1. Other than that, 0 for 4 today. One of those a strikeout. 2 pop-outs here in the second game. Yachty's bat has quieted down since he first landed here in Utica. It's a hard hit foul ball over to the left side and out of play. When he first got here, he was a guy who caught our eye and our ears right away in batting practice.
Absolutely, yeah.
The sound off his bat was just different than everybody we were hearing and had heard. Two one, fly ball right field, back to the wall. It's gonna one-hop the wall and go over. That's a ground rule double. It'll score Pup, and that's the 5th run this game for the Hoppers on the RBI auto double from Yadi Rivera. Off the bat at 91 miles an hour.
We were just talking about how hard he hits the ball and how good it sounds, and right on cue.
And for Yadi, he got his first extra base hit in his first game. He had 2 doubles in his debut, followed that up with a home run 2 games later. Then another extra base hit 2 games after that, home run the following game. And since then, it's been a long stretch for Yadi without some extra base hits. Finally, at the turn of the month, was able to get a few in the form of some doubles, and there's another one tonight. Much needed one for Rivera.
Noah Marcoux with a sac fly RBI in today's game.
Two balls, no strikes on Marcoux. Walked along with that sac fly. Scored in the second after the walk. Two O's swung on and missed from Noah. Beavers at risk, dropping their 5th loss in the last 6 games. Not what you want from a team who's trying to take over first place. If they were to lose here in Game 2, they'd be only 1 game above 500. That one bounces past Marcoux, and Rivera heads over to third. Danger of adding another run here in the 5th. One's already come across. That was Alex Pup after Yadi's automatic double.
All 3 Hopper pitchers warming up, or at least having some action in the pen. So we might see one of them come out for the 6th.
3 balls, only 1 strike on Marcoux. Pitch grounded to second base. Dakota's there. Makes the play at first. Acts as a sacrifice as Rivera scores. That's the 4th RBI today for Noah Marcoux. Had 2 in Game 1 and 2 here in Game 2.
Has been very, very productive lately.
Kreitzer, I think he broke his bat on that foul ball. We'll take the long walk to go get a new one. Nick walked and then singled. 1 for 1 in Game 2. That's Carson Ferry giving him the new one and taking that old one back.
Looks like it broke towards the top.
For Nick, it's not as bad when a bat breaks as it is for maybe some of the other guys. He's a bit of a handyman himself. He'll take his own broken bats and his teammates' broken bats and bring them home, and he knows some woodworking. He'll make beer glasses and shot glasses and bar stools, and he's made a whole American flag out of broken baseball bats before.
That's awesome. It's a very crafty hobby.
That his uncle was a carpenter and used to hang around him when he was growing up. That's where he learned some of those skills. No balls, 2 strikes. Swings and misses. It gets past Ramirez. He doesn't know where it is. It's right under him. He's going to have to quickly get down to first, and he does by half a step to beat Kreitzer. 2 more runs come across, make it 6 for the Beavers, none for the Hoppers. They've got their last chance to score anything today after the break.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Well, perhaps a little gamesmanship between Derek Eddington and his teammate Harry Orth here in the second game. Eddington one-ups Orth a little bit. Orth went 5 innings, 2 hits, 8 strikeouts. Eddington goes 5 innings, 1 hit, 9 strikeouts. Did also add 2 walks. Orth didn't give up any free passes. Neither of them have given up a run, and that's where we sit right now. The Hoppers today have outscored the Beavers 11-0. This is the last chance for the Beavers to change that. Michael DeSanti, the closer for these Diamond Hoppers, takes over on the mound. DeSanti, a New York native, 23 years old, 17 appearances this year, only 1 save. That came back earlier in the year for the Hoppers. For the longest time was lights out, and guys were really having trouble getting hits off of him. The ERA has ticked up in the past few appearances for Mike. He struggled with some home runs. That's been one of the bigger issues for him. One of the hardest throwers in the league. Both of his fastballs. He's got a 2-seam and a 4-seam. Average at 93 miles an hour. The slider that he throws 20% of the time, right around 76. Does have a changeup, but that's been thrown only 5%. DeSanti gave up a home run back in just his 5th appearance. That was in early June. After that, went 8 appearances without giving up any home runs or any extra base hits. But then in late July on the 28th, gave up a home run to Noah Childress, and then his last time out here in August on the 7th, gave up a home run against these Beavers.
Righties versus DeSanti are only hitting 175, and he's facing 3 righties in a row. Travius Ford and Marcos Castillo and Dakota McFadden, the top of the lineup for the Beavers.
DeSanti, one of the few guys who is better against hitters of the same handedness of him. We talked about it a lot recently. It's almost more common, it seems like. Haven't checked every pitcher and tallied them up, but I would be willing to argue it's more common, at least in this league, that pitchers are better against the opposite hand. 2-1 on Ford. He's the only guy with a hit so far tonight. That is in the second game. Led things off with a hit, struck out in his second at-bat. Now 3-1. 19 1/3 total innings of work for Mike. 13 earned runs, 14 walks to 30 strikeouts. His 14 strikeouts per 9 are 3rd best in the league. The 3-1. in there at the knees for strike 2, full count. 93 on the two-seam. Lined out to left. That's going to drop in fair territory. This is going to be a double at least for Travius Ford. Digging it out of the corner is Lawler. Stand-up double to lead things off here in the last chance inning for the Beavers.
It's a good way to start it off, and finally some signs of life from this Beavers offense that we haven't seen all day. But coming late here, it's a good start for this jam-packed middle of the order coming up.
I think Ford might have just seen too many pitches that at bat. Was able to catch up to the fastball at 94. That's one of the best ones from Mike. And on the hands, Castillo pops it and it just scoots over the screen. Balls and a strike, and on the hands again, and same thing. Fouled just back over the screen. Down by 6, the Beavers obviously need a lot of base runners, but wouldn't be surprised to see some aggression from Ford over there at second. No balls and 2 strikes. DeSanti looking for a much-needed strikeout here after the leadoff double. Got him, swing and a miss.
It's a good comeback and rebuttal from that double off of Travius Ford's bat, and now he's got to face Dakota McFadden, who has a walk in this game.
DeSanti played off the fastball and broke him down with the slider. 1 down. A strikeout and a walk today for McFadden. Fastball low and away, dotted. DeSanti not a ground ball pitcher. 50% of the contact against him is a fly ball. Would love to get a ground ball here. The 1-1. Fastball and McFadden's behind on it. It's an interesting chess match between the fastball hitters of the league and DeSanti on the mound because, you know, a fastball is coming. Two-seam, four-seam, and slider. And the 2 and 4-seam make up a large contingent of his mix. There's a slider out to center, and Porter's there. Ford thought about tagging. He'll hold up.
Porter's got that strong arm over there in center field.
But it's an interesting chess match on the guys that sit on fastballs and usually do well with them, because it's for one hard to catch up to DeSantis. He's got one of the best fastballs in the league, consistently above 92 at all times, and he locates it relatively well. But then that slider we see. Broke down Castillo with it, tried to get McFadden there with 2 strikes.
Just shows you the lengths of how difficult it is for even those batters who have been red hot to even touch the ball. McFadden got a hold of one, but unfortunately was right to Porter out there in center field.
Blew it right by Aberrett for the first one and the second one. Both of them 93, and quickly the Beavers are down to their last strike. After the leadoff double, DeSanti trying to hold this game where it is. No balls, 2 strikes. Beavers held scoreless all day. Fastball riding high, and Everett held off. Boy, out of DeSanti's hand, it's just on a line to the plate.
There, he provides a lot of gas behind that arm.
Slider in the dirt, gets past Combs. Forward's over at third.
Looks like that one he just overgripped it.
Two balls, 2 strikes now. Forward 90 feet away. Popped him up. Right side. Kreitzer's there. That'll do it. For just the second time this year, a doubleheader is decided by a sweep. The Hoppers take 2 from the Beavers tonight. They now move to 15-20 on the year, outscoring the Beavers 11-0 in total over the course of today's 12 innings. Nick, the Hoppers had the offense going. Didn't see a lot of long balls today, but, you know, they played station to station for the most part, and it worked out. Aggressive on the base paths, and then we can't talk enough about the starting pitchers. Harry Orth and Derek Eddington, lights out, combining for 17 strikeouts and just 3 hits over 10 innings today.
That's spectacular performance by both of them, and you got to tip your cap, if you're a Beaver, to the performances that they had. It is a very difficult job to strike out as many players as they did and give up as few batters, give them free bases or give them base hits as they did. And there's not much you can do. The Beavers weren't really coming after the Hoppers today, and the Hoppers have had the Beavers' number as of lately, winning 4 of their last 4. So it comes down to great pitching that the Hoppers needed to have today, and getting it with the sticks and bouncing back from the Unicorns' loss.
Kara Wolfbauer is going to have our post-game interview tomorrow. It's a 1 p.m. game between the Unicorns and the Mammoths. We'll see you right here on the US PBL Network.
Thanks, Johnny. I am here with our Michigan orthopedic surgeon, player of the game, Derek Eddington. So you had a great game today. You went 5 innings with 9 strikeouts. That's very impressive. So obviously they had me choose you today as our player of the game. But these Saturdays can be extremely long days. So tell me how you prepare for the second game of our doubleheader.
Just get down in the bullpen before the end of the first game and get stretched out. Kind of keep the same routine and just try to time it up so that I'm ready to go when it's game time.
So as you guys are heading into the second game, is there – oh, my gosh. I'm so glad I got out of the way of that. But continuing off of that, how does the rest of the players build off going into the doubleheader?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
How do the other players on your team go into the doubleheader? Like, what is their mindset, especially if some of them are coming off of some rough games?
Try to win game 1. I mean – if we come out here and handle business in game 1, it typically leads into game 2. So try to get to game 1 and get a win there and carry the momentum into game 2, and that's what we did. So.
Awesome. Well, I will leave you now to go dry off. It was great talking to you. That is our Michigan orthopedic surgeon, player of the game. All right, let's go back to you, Johnny.
Ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline warming up the benches. Need a lesson? I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point 'em out. 8, 5 ball, catch a frog, walk it out. 8, every time you score I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same timing. Let's rock.